One second. I know we've started. I'm like trying to finish up a message to someone. Oh my god. Okay. Hi. Yeah, it's me. It's Chris. Hopefully we won't have any issues tonight. Unlike last night, I apologize for all the crap that happened. Let me switch over the view in just a second. I was just settling in. John Whitaker's going to join us in a little bit. We might get some more Kentley Platty. I'm not sure about his schedule for today. I talked with Jeremy. He might swing by because we're going to have a little time between a lot of these picks. Let me close up chat here. And can I get this to a full view? Can I get this to full screen? There we go. There we are. That's a little bit better. Welcome. A little blurred out. Let me turn off the... There we go. My drink, it is a Smuggler's Cove recipe and is called the Mastodon. It is maraschino liqueur 43, which is a Spanish liqueur, bourbon and rum with pineapple juice and passion fruit. And it's very good. So we're going to have fun tonight. I also just finished working out. So this tastes really good after working out. J-Dubs, I am going to have to nix the Ruby cameos. Ruby is not feeling well. And I can tell because he's hiding in my bedroom. He's been having some stomach issues lately, and he is very, very ornery. I'm going to refund those. I apologize. Did we find out the name of Tyleek's cat? Yes. So he actually has two cats. He has two cats. The one you've all seen is the goblin of and I'll put them up on screen in about half a second. The goblin of a Siamese cat named S'more. And he also has a great looking cat named, sorry, I'm pulling over my blue sky over to here so you can all see this. This right here, you've probably seen already, is S'more. S'more is a goblin. I love S'more. This is who appeared on Good Morning Football a while back. He is S'more the cat. S'more also wore the Ohio State hoodie. Apologize for the jump scare to any Michigan people in here. And where is it? I'm trying to find. Someone sent me. Oh, I think yeah. Where is it? I have some pictures of Mango as well. Here is Mango. S'more and Mango. The man does not mess around when it comes to food names for cats. Mango is refined. Mango is regal. S'more is a goblin. And that's the balance you should have. Cats only come in two flavors, goblin or regal. If you're lucky, sometimes like my friend... Are we live? Are we live on YouTube? I'm trying to find us. Oh, right. No, I know why I can't see it. Hold on. I'm pulling up YouTube right now. We'll get you guys from YouTube involved in just a second. I'm just pulling out the chat so I can have access to everything. It's just taking a bit because I'm getting here. Goblin is exactly like it looks like. The washed out eyes, the grumpy look. That's a goblin. That's a goblin cat. As a cat owner, those are the only two flavors of cat you get. Why? Okay, do I not have... Can I see chat? YouTube, can you please show me the chat? Screw it, I won't do it on that browser. Let me see. Sorry, I want to be able to see YouTube chat as well, so we're going to sit here for a second while I get this all together. Cat, you get. Oop, and I did not want that. Thank you. Yeah, very disappointed. Sorry, I now see YouTube. Hi, guys. Very tragic what happened. I don't know if you guys had heard, but Derek Harmon's mother passed away just after the draft last night. So just awful feels for that man going to the... he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, but kind of a rough night for him. So bittersweet. It's tough, man. It's tough. But yeah, that is S'mores and Mango. Shalom to YouTube. Hello to everyone between the two. I know it's early. Tonight is long, arduous. Please bear with us. It is a long night. And I'm pulling up everything so I can watch everything tremendously. I need to find the NFL draft thing on ESPN because apparently it went to... okay, we're on ESPN2. Although there's an ABC stream. I should probably pull that up because apparently something happened with Nick Saban last night that was interesting, so I want to watch Nick Saban. So, who are the Lions going to draft with the picks? I won't be alone for too late. So not only will we have some Pride of Detroit guys stopping by, including John Whitaker again, we will eventually have... I've put out the invite to a couple of my friends from Fox Sports Radio to stop by as well. My good friend Bo Benson has the invite. He's going to try to swing by at some point tonight. Bo Benson is a producer for Fox Sports Radio for the NFL Countdown, which is our gambling show, and also he joins me every NFL season for producing Red Zone Radio. He is very whip smart. He just kind of has a passing interest in NFC North teams. He is generally an Eagles fan, but he does not discriminate, and we love talking the draft, and we love talking the big storylines. He also has a podcast called the Dodger Zone podcast. Also, I've sent out the invite to one of my friends, Ian Roddy, who writes for Jets X Factor. Ian is young, whip smart, a USC alum. No, Rob Parker hasn't gotten the invite. Trust me, Rob Parker's not here. Rob Parker's doing a radio show right now. Rob Parker will not be joining us. Ian is whip smart, and I feel like I want to at least foster a little bit of brotherhood between the Lions and the Jets. What with the Aaron Glenn connection. I know that New York and Detroit relations are at an all-time low because of the Knicks and Pistons, but Ian's a good guy. Might have Jeremy later too. We will see. It is a long night. It's an hour longer. We'll go as long as we possibly can. I will pull up the estimates right now, but we will be sitting here for a few hours. I'm just letting you guys know right now. There will be a few hours we are sitting here for. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. The pick is in already for the Cleveland Browns. And I guess the big story tonight is Shadur Sanders. We'll talk a little bit about the Lions pick. I like Tyleik Williams a lot. I don't know if he would have been my pick if I had been running. I think if you were up late, you would have heard me say, like, I am still kind of mad Jahad Campbell. Yeah, by the way, don't tip picks. Please don't tip picks. I'm going off of an ABC stream that is live right now, so I'll let you guys know when I see the picks. But for the sake of chat on Twitch and YouTube, please do not tip the picks. I understand, especially tonight, it is going a little bit faster. But we'll see who the Browns pick here. And it looks like they just took Carson Schweschinger from UCLA. He was one of my day two things. Isn't NFL Network a little ahead? I'm not watching on TV either. I'm watching on a stream, so the stream will be a little ahead too. I mean, a little behind too, excuse me. What happened to the stream yesterday? I don't know. I think I finally fixed it. So if we do have the stream go to hell again, I'm going to probably have to either kill YouTube or Twitch. I can comfortably stream one of them when we start having the choppy waters, but not both. But what was happening was I was hitting some sort of networking bottleneck. It was with my ISP and completely outside of my control. Carson Schweschinger is a very good pick. I had him as my LB2. He was one of the guys I wrote about for the day two picks. UCLA guy, so he has that working against him. But that's very good. That's very, very good. Yeah. YouTube might be the casualty. But hello to YouTube. Hey, hello to YouTube. Hello, I've got someone from Saudi Arabia. I didn't realize we had... I know we have plenty of South American viewers. I think Saudi Arabia is our first from the Middle East. I won't say Asia itself, because I think we've had at least one person check in from Japan, I want to say. I really need to put up a map and hit off everyone I can, because I think that would be fun. most of the guys we have coming from, South America and Europe. And I think we might have a few Australians as well now. But I do enjoy our international community quite a bit, even though sometimes I like to poke fun at certain people from them. Swessinger going is not surprising to me. I'd love to see it, like to see a Japanese screenshot of chat. There is a couple Japanese NFL fans I do follow. Once again, does it count if I check in when deployed to the Middle East, Asia, and Europe? No, it does not, AF Pilot, Dan. I'm looking for people. I mean, maybe I'm looking for, like, actual like, people from around the world, not just, our armed forces, wherever they may be. Texans War Room here. Been listening to the pod for a long time, never seen anyone, but this person on the screen is not what I had in mind. I am sorry to disappoint. I am also post-workout, so I'm a bit of a goblin mode right now myself. Got the Bill Belichick hoodie going on. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is it Jahmyr Gibbs who's going to announce the pick? I need to go check. Jaden Higgins is off the board, so there goes a really top wide receiver to the Houston Texans. There's a lot. I think tonight's really interesting, especially round 2, because there's a lot of guys to love in round 2 right now. We talked a lot last night. Besides the slide of Shadur Sanders, the Will Johnson slide for what many thought was a first-round corner is kind of surprising. I think there's a lot of concerns about some sort of injury report. It sounds like that injury might be worse than when we anticipated. It should just be a turf toe, but I mean, he had a hamstring injury around his pro day as well. But I know, like, ESPN had him 10th overall, the second CB. I believe Dane Brugler had him listed pretty high as well. I've still got to pull up my copy of the Beast so I can take a look-see where he had Will Johnson. Where did he have Will Johnson? Always kind of go back to Dane Brugler as my cheat sheet. Will Johnson was his 18th overall, his CB2, but here we are on day 2. Will Johnson is still out there. Otherwise, getting away from the skill positions there. And actually, by the way, Harold Fannin Jr. is a remarkable tight end that I like a lot. Guards, I mean, my favorite, or the two of my favorites are the guys from Georgia, Tate Ratledge, Dylan Fairchild. Miles Frazier is from LSU is also, I consider, a very good pickup. Lions should probably be looking, with one of these picks, to a guard or even maybe a tackle, ? Jared Wilson from Georgia is the center. I know he's kind of a pure center. I don't know if that would be in the cards for the Lions. Defensive tackles-wise, if you want to double up on that, there's Darius Alexander. I don't know why they would. Linebackers, Demetrius Knight. A lot of great linebackers on day 2. Smale Munden, Demetrius Knight, Landon Jackson, Danny Stutzman for a Mike linebacker. Jack Kaiser might even edge into a day 2 pick. And then, of course, edges. It sounds like the issues with Mike Green's character is enough to keep him off a lot of teams' boards. It's enough to keep him off a lot of teams' boards right now. But besides him, Izuruaku from Boston College. Nick Scorton is a hellion of a pass rusher from Texas A&M. I think I mentioned Landon Jackson. I think I said him at the wrong position. I think Landon Jackson lines up as linebacker, but ESPN lists him as an edge for some reason. Oladejo from UCLA. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk among Lions fans about Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. I don't have him too terribly high up. Tyler Barron from Miami. So, a lot of names to keep an eye on. It looks like the Seattle Seahawks have traded up. We did get a trade up already. They are at commercial right now on ABC, so we'll see who they take here. I haven't even mentioned Emin Wari, the safety out of South Carolina. I don't see a particularly high need for a safety right now for the Detroit Lions, unless we talked a little bit last night about the possibility of them running a 3 DB set and kind of, because they do like the idea of positionless safety. So, yeah, 52 and 82 for 35. Luther Burden, I haven't even talked about Luther Burden yet. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I know he's another one of those wide receivers that is very much so on the radar of a lot of people. I don't know if Isaac Teslaw is a day 2 guy or day 3. I'm sure when we get into round 3, that distinction will disappear. One guy I've really had my eye on, and I'm just kind of putting the pieces together, is Alec Ayamanor from Stanford, who is a prototypical X, standing at 6'2". Very good, and I believe David Shaw recruited him. And David Shaw is now the passing game coordinator for the Detroit Lions. So pick is in for the Seahawks. We'll see who they traded up for. And I can always tell that, there's some crazy good blockers too. If I was Tennessee, I'd want to get Burden in to help Ward. I kind of hate how Tennessee approaches their wide receivers, which is just to get washed up dudes. I really am not a fan. I'm really, 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 really not a fan. Sorry if it keeps disappearing. I'm trying to set my tiles right over here. Oh, does it say draft 23? I did not update that. Thank you for that. We haven't used this in a while, actually. It also says day 1. So let me fix that up. I mean, usually we just haven't used the single view for a while. So there we go. Thank you for pointing that out. When Aleem is healthy, we are going to be massive up front. I did see a lot of good comments out of the Ohio State D-line coach, basically compared Tyleik Williams to Aaron Donald. But these are two extremely big mans. I think the Tyleik thing really works both long-term and short-term. Short-term, you need someone to play for Aleem to start the season. But then I would also say, like, DJ Reader's not going to be long. Yep, I'm about to see the selection here. Richard Sherman is announcing the pick. Very interesting to see him back in the fold with the Seahawks. This is what I do not like about day 2, though, is like they bring in a lot of former players and guys to like yuck it up, and it takes a long time sometimes. Thankfully, you just turn it right around. But I remember when I was in Philadelphia and some old head Cowboys guy was just yakking with the crowd for 4 minutes before just like, dude, just announce the pick. And it is safety Nick Emanwari from South Carolina that is a very Seattle Seahawks pick. That is a very Seattle Seahawks pick to do Emanwari. He is I talked about him a bit on our preview stream. He's a freak of an athlete. He's got a linebacker's body, but moves incredibly fast. He's absolutely a safety who is going to be blitzing. Was that Drew Pearson? Wait. Oh, yeah. Man. Now, Browns already have the pick in. All right, let's see this. Let's see what happens here. So, sorry, I'm also running our Blue Sky account tonight, and you can find me on Blue Sky @Perfett. We are active now on Blue Sky. I think enough people asked about it, and I told Jeremy, hey, look, I will gladly run the Blue Sky for you. I know you're kind of like tired of a lot of microblogging stuff, but I spend most of my time over there. So we will see Browns on the clock. Again, I know they're way ahead right now. Would you be mad if Holmes packages 6 and 2nd next year to move up? I think that's a bit steep. to move up with a second next year. All right, let me see the Browns pick. Let's see what we got here. Monsoon and Utica right now. Stay safe. This is a very defensive draft class. Are we trading anyone? No, I don't understand why the Lions would trade anyone, Vinny Boo. There's no real need to. Yes, so the Browns pass on Sanders again. Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State. That feels like a bit of a reach. I know they like the Ohio State running backs, but that's a little something. I would call that a reach. Judkins is fine, but I do think that is a bit of a reach. And Nick Chubb is probably... I mean, maybe they do a 1-2 punch with him, but that team's already in kind of a bit of cap hell. So, yeah, Chubb's not going to be on the roster. Who is the better safety duo, Kirby and Branch or Kyle Hamilton and Starks? I would say it's Kirby and Branch. Without any bias, I would say it's Kirby and Branch. Would you take Sanders with our third round? No. No, I would not. Two reasons why. One has to do with his style, in that he hasn't... he likes to take sacks. He likes to hold on to the ball and take sacks, and that is not what this Lions offense needs. I talked about this point last night. You don't want someone like Shadur Sanders under center. I understand that the Lions' O-line is very good, but we already had problems, and one of the biggest developments of Goff is not taking sacks, and I think that problem would be amplified and that trend reversed if you tried putting Shadur Sanders in there. You cannot hold on to the ball for 5 seconds, no matter how good your O-line is in the NFL. Raiders are on the clock, and I believe they are trading the pick. Waiting to see what happens here. The other problem with Shadur Sanders is, you shouldn't have to consider his father in all of this. But between his attitude and how his father has shown to be manipulative and vile, do you really want Shadur Sanders sitting as a QB2? It feels like every day will just be a quarterback drama. It'll be a quarterback crisis every damn day, and it will be egged on from the sidelines by someone like Deion. And it could very well be egged on from the sidelines by Deion Sanders or Shadur himself. He does probably annoy GMs, Detroit Lions, but it's still a powerful influence. Deion Sanders is the whole reason I think Shadur was as high as he was in this draft was Deion's influence over the NFL media industry. He has a lot of power because he used to be he used to be in the industry. He used to be with the NFL media. And a lot of guys still want to be on Deion's good graces. And he's also shown you he has the attitude to make your life hell if he decides he wants to make your life hell. He will go to all the people, knock on all the doors, and will be as loud and braying as he possibly can. That's not something you can push out again. Yeah, Miami has traded. They are on the clock with the 37th pick. We're seeing who they have come up for. This should be fairly interesting. I feel like they've got to go. Dolphins really have to take something on the offensive line, I believe. They have to really get some protection for Tua and stop watching Tua get put into the dirt. Hey, Detroit Lions, I'm going to have to time you out if you keep tipping the picks. I haven't even seen the guy walk up yet. I'll let you know when each pick is called. Yeah, please don't. I know it gets ahead. I know tonight in particular, like, guys like Myrov and all those get way ahead. But yes, it is Jonah Savanaya. Not Jonah Jackson. Savanaya, which, I don't know. I know a lot of people were not fans of Savanaya. The guard from Arizona. Yes, I am on a bit of a delay. I'm on the ABC stream. And usually if I do the stream on... Well, here's the thing. I'm on a stream, which will be on a delay, and then my stream to you through Twitch will be on a delay as well. So when you're hearing me talk about it, it will be a double delay. There's no other way around that. That is the nature of streaming software. Will Jerry take Sanders? I mean, I like him if only because former Pac-12, but I don't think he was ever. I think I did watch a lot more of him, and I'm just not. He did not really rate against the Georgia guards for me. Like, I think there's at least 3 other guards on the board I would like over Savanaya at this point, and I think the fit for the Detroit Lions is a little sus. Where was the stream last night? It fell to the gremlins, man. We had to restart it like 6 times, so I'm sure it's mangled. I've got 2 questions from Max Friend and from Detroit Lions about Shadur Sanders. Will Jerry take Shadur? Will New Orleans take Shadur? No on New Orleans. All right, I mean, maybe, but also, like, it feels like a waste considering New Orleans is just going to have to sit for a lot of rough years. Like, this is not the year to get your quarterback of the future. Build the rest of the team. Will Jerry take Shadur? I think Jerry would like that. I'm half and half on that. On one hand, I think he would see Shadur as a flashy thing. I'm sure he feels he could handle the circus. But got to be a wide receiver for New England. There are some pretty good ones on the board. I think you know, Will Campbell as your tackle. I think, yeah, that seems like the play here is to start going O-line. But we are also talking about a team now run by Patriots. God, I keep forgetting names. I'm sorry, Mike Vrabel. So they might go defense here too. No, Shadur's not going to the Jets. They just got out from... Look, I don't think Brad Holmes, if you've decided you've got a problem with... Brad Holmes. Aaron Glenn, if you've got a problem with Glenn's got a problem with Aaron Rodgers, I don't think you say, yeah, let's jettison him and then get the Sanders clan in here. I actually do believe the Jets believe in Justin Fields as their quarterback for this year. Not saying he's going to be great, but defensive coordinators turn coach tend to like quarterbacks who beat them. And if there's one person who could really make Aaron Glenn feel it when he was in Detroit, it was Justin Fields. I don't think Fields needs to be great either. Like, I think he needs a redemption arc. He needs to be comfortable, and they want to run the football, and Justin Fields can run the football for you. Like, I think everything lines up well for Justin Fields to be comfortable with the New York Jets. And if he doesn't play well, so what? You know? Then you're just back here. It's still part of this rebuild you're doing with the Jets. Oh, well. I give Tyleik Williams a B+ grade. I actually solid B to B+. I would give it. I am biased because I really wanted Jahad Campbell. I think he's pro-ready. I'm not worried about the torn labrum, and I'm ready to ball. I'm ready for that linebacker. I think Jahad Campbell is one of the most dynamic players in this draft. And all I need to do to be justified about that is seeing everyone's reaction when the Philadelphia Eagles took him. Like, oh boy. But you know what? I need to stop gazing at who went by. Tyleik Williams, it fits the mold of how the Lions run defensive tackles. He just fits the mold. A very big guy who will eat up the middle of the field and stuff the run. Could New England take Green? It's a big question. I do wonder how far Green will slide. It does seem to be a matter of everyone. Here's what I'll say, because I was talking with a couple people about Maxwell Hairston, who has rape allegations stemming from college, to the point that I believe one owner vetoed the selection of Maxwell Hairston. However, in passing while talking about Maxwell Hairston, the idea seems to be that teams are more in lockstep with they don't want to be involved with Mike Green. That's not to say they won't draft him, but I don't think anyone's looking at him as a potential steal right now. Let's see what we got for the New England Patriots. They got a couple folks up here. Let's see. The selection is... I hate the tricorn hats on these Patriots fans. I hate them. Trevion Henderson. Wow, we've suddenly gotten a run on running backs? Another Ohio State running back? Wait, hold on. Was that wasn't two in a row, was it? Holy boast, was that two in a row on Ohio State running backs? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Savanaia was in the middle. So in 2 of 3 picks, a sudden run on running backs. Yeah, hey, man. Anything that gets back there. Scatabo definitely going to Chicago now. Man, I don't know how you'd fit him on the Lions, but you know what? I would gladly take Scatabo in Detroit. Scatabo is a dog. A dirty, dirty dog. A dirty, dirty dog. I like him. I like him a lot. Yeah, go 3 running backs deep. Go play the wishbone. You know what? Screw it. We're talking about, I saw someone saying Aaron Glenn's going to do the flying wing. I want the wishbone. Like, have the Lions run the wishbone. Who says no? Who stops that? Half joking. Yeah, Montgomery Wildcat packages. Yeah, good luck to any team trying to run on Detroit, especially after Aleem returns. Tush push, no problem. I like Silly. I like Silly in the draft. Give me Silly. The NFL is better when people aren't copycatting, but trying to do their own thing. It really is. So, by my count, that is the 4th running back taken. I believe I think there's been 4 wide receivers taken. There's Tet McMillan. Let me see. Let me see. How many wide receivers were on day one? Let me just double check real quick so I don't lose my mind. Tet McMillan, Egbuka, Golden. So we had 3 on day 1, and day 2 so far we've had Jaden Higgins. Yeah, so four running backs, four wide receivers. Hello, John.
Hello. Let me make sure my audio stuff's doing okay. How do I sound?
Yeah. I'm just going to switch us to a different view. No, 2-person off air. Excuse me. Oh, but now you're Whitaker. Sorry. I mean, now you're Math Bomb, so let me fix that up real quick.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, really? Be confident in what you can do. John's a little quiet. You might need to turn up your mic a little bit. I can't control that, though.
Okay, let's see.
Did I not set up a waiting room? Because you jumped right in.
You did not set up a waiting room. I thought there was going to be one.
Yeah, okay. Let me, I'm going to have to change. Can I change that setting on here?
Good question. I don't know.
I don't think I can. Oh, well. We'll just adjust it on the fly if we have to in the future.
Okay, well, the Bears are picking because we don't really care about them. How's the audio? Is it a bit louder?
Good. No, that's good. I can always turn you up on my end, too, and I think I do have my, there we go. Yeah, we can hear John better now. Cool. All right, Bears are, it was not excited last night. They definitely wanted to trade down.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, like, on one hand, a tight end makes sense for Ben Johnson team. I mean, he has his tight end background. He had success with Laporta. But I don't know, like 10. To me, that seemed like a spot they didn't really want to take him at. I mean, it's hard to say how long he's going to last, right? I mean, we always hear about, oh, like so-and-so team took this guy early, and then a few days later we hear, well, so-and-so team was interested. I mean, we literally heard about it with the Bills and the Lions pick, right? Williams. Apparently they were interested in him at 30.
No, I think it was Jahmyr Gibbs. You were talking about Joe Douglas.
Oh no, yeah, that was a different thing. That was the Jets. But yeah, no, it was, I think the Bills were interested in Tyleik Williams.
Okay.
At spot 30. Yeah. And I think that might have been a reason why the Lions perhaps shied away from a trade down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the other thing I was thinking of, Joe Douglas, so the former Jets general manager, he was doing the Fox Sports Radio draft night with Jay Glazer, and I know he dropped that the Jets were 100% set on taking Jahmyr Gibbs, but we're not expecting him in the top 15. The Bears have selected Luther Burden.
It's an interesting one. I think he was the top. Yeah, he was the top available receiver for many people.
So they are stocking up weapons for Caleb Williams.
Do you guys have a good live updating draft tracker?
I've heard NFL.com's is really good actually, and it actually updates pretty quickly. That's what I'm using right now.
Look at that.
But I think you can sort a little bit better with ESPN's. ESPN's you can sort things better, but the NFL.com one updates very quickly.
Yeah, because I think
Ruby, what's the matter, man?
I like one that has like top available still. Looks like NFL just has
ESPN has that. No. NFL's is just a board. NFL's is just a
let's
board.
See.
Yeah.
What was I using yesterday? Okay, I might use them in tandem then. Here, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's decent. I say that's better than what the Bears did on day one. They want to stock up that offense. I don't know if going after a bunch of free agent offensive linemen is the winning ways, but yeah, the Bears do have another pick here.
It's also worth mentioning that
the Bears do it'll be the Saints on the clock, and then the Bears will pick again.
Yeah, so kind of going back to like the whole free agency thing, I feel like good teams they're not built through free agency, they're built through the draft. And there's a lot of talk about the Bears, joking they're another offseason champions. But I mean, sure, their offensive line looks better on paper, but how many times have we seen free agent offensive linemen fail? And like some of the guys they brought in, like there's some questions.
Yeah, Jonah
Joe,
Jackson. Yeah.
yeah, Jonah Jackson's he got benched from the Rams and shuffled around, and he was injured for a bit. I think Thuney is it Thuney or Tooney? I can't remember. Um, anyway, he's getting up there in age too, and he was also kind of a guy without a home. Now I know he shuffled between guard and tackle, and we'll see what the Bears are going to do. But that's kind of another question. It's like, you're paying these guys top dollar, but are you going to get top dollar production? I don't know.
So he said, I guess I didn't have it up, but someone said NFC North 2025 NFC North champions for the Bears picker.
Yeah, that's the recurring joke.
Okay, dude.
I mean, again, I'm just really skeptical. Like maybe this is me being pessimistic about Benedict Johnson, but I just feel that man, they're really like going all in on Ben Johnson, and if this thing struggles out of the gate, that's going to be a tough situation going
I
forward.
think the big takeaway is Caleb Williams really doesn't have a lot of excuses in year two. He's got all the weapons he could want now.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's on him to take that next step, and I
Absolutely.
think we'll see what happens with the Bears because they've been in this awful cycle of like firing GMs, drafting quarterbacks, firing head coaches, and they're never doing it all at the same time.
Never at the same time.
And
No.
so it'll be really interesting, like if Caleb Williams struggles, and let's say he's like a bottom 10, bottom 12 quarterback, then like it opens up a can of worms of what Chicago's going to do in the future, right? Because they gave up a lot to make those kind of moves, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm already seeing people gas up the Bears offense. There's Ari Myrov. So you got Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Luther Bird, and Cole Clement, Colston Loveland. That is a great skill position group. But then you have Braxton Jones, Joe Thuney, Drew Dalman, Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright, and suddenly I have questions about the offensive line still. But
Yeah,
hey,
and
we'll see.
ooh,
We'll see. We'll see.
speaking, I
Let's
was about
see.
to
Hold
say,
on. I'm waiting on the pick. So I'm gonna go by the NFL tracker just because my stream's a little behind. So we can speed up a bit. Saints are picking Tyler Show. So
is
they get
certainly
their
a
quarterback.
choice.
That is, they get their quarterback, and it's not Shadur Sanders, and I think it's the right pick.
I'm not as keen on that. So PFF on their big board, they have a short like 1-2 sentence blurb about him. Here's shows. He's one of the oldest prospects in the class and has an extensive injury history, but his size and arm are adequate enough to earn a shot as an NFL backup. That's not a glowing endorsement, I would say.
No, but
Um,
I do think. Let me pull up the. Let me pull up a couple things here, a couple notes I have on show because I started putting together a few the other night just because things were. I mean, I think Dane Brugler had him as QB4. Um, he just doesn't have a lot of experience, right? That's ultimately what it is. You've only got 1 year a starter, which tends to be the way a lot of these quarterbacks tend to go. But like, he's got the size, he's got the arm strength, he's got. I think that's it. It's this guy has gas.
so my
This
my
guy
biggest
has
concern
gas.
is that in also apparently it's pronounced shut according to Wikipedia. I don't know. That's what its pronunciation guide.
Yeah.
So he's going to be 26 in September, and the Saints are kind of in a situation where they need someone to step in right away for Carr, who's probably going to miss time, right? So, like, are you going to throw this guy who is on the older side, but also still kind of developmental into the fray? Like, that doesn't seem like a good recipe for
I
success.
think here's the thing. I don't think that I know some Saints fans are more than happy to ride another year with oh God, what's his name?
What's his name? Yeah,
South Carolina.
yeah, who is not good. Spencer Rattler.
Rattler. I still think Rattler could develop, but that is quite the decision to take another quarterback. But
Yeah.
by the way, the Bears have traded out of their pick. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. So the Bears will not be going back to the well again. It will instead be the Bills.
Who could the Bills be in the market for?
Bills have
I think they
traded
might be
56,
looking for
62, 109 for 41, 72, and 240.
could the Should the Bills be looking at running back here, kind of with some uncertainty about
I
Cook?
I think they need wide receivers and D linemen right now. They also
'Cause-
deal away Khair Alam, so they do need a corner as well. But I mean,
Let's see,
their
who are
big
some
issue,
good
their
ones?
big issue last year was D line. Like they could be trading up for something like this. Kind of screams edge at me.
Hmm. I guess my question is, if they do need some cornerback help, could this maybe be a spot for Will Johnson's fall? Because I feel like the Bills are a team that could gamble on a guy like that.
I'm wondering about that. I was talking about Will Johnson earlier. It
Oh,
is
they got Maxwell Harrison in the first round at
yes,
corner.
they
I mean,
did. Yeah, I don't
they
think
could
they'll
double dip, but you never know.
I think this is going to be D line. Like I don't think you're trading up for anything other than like a pass rusher.
Yeah, because who's on the clock? We got so it could be like Mike Green, Donovan. Last name I don't know how to pronounce, unfortunately. God, there's a lot of guys.
I don't think
hard
there's
to
any
pronounce
wide
names.
receivers. I mean, I like Elikim Ayamanor, but I don't think they
Ooh.
would have traded up for an X receiver. So I think of the names that remain up here for some of the receivers, there's not. I really do believe this is going to be D line or edge.
Is Amari Cooper gone? I can't remember what happened. Oh, he's still, yeah, Cooper's still a free agent. Okay, he's not with the Bills right now.
Yeah.
Draft Sanders.
Well, we'll see how long Sanders continues to slide. I know that Mel Kiper and apparently Donald Trump are both going to the woodshed for him. But
Look, the Cowboys are coming up in a few picks. Jerry Jones.
They gave so much money to Dak Prescott, though. We have to keep reminding people they gave $261 million to Dak Prescott.
Jerry gave $1 million to Trump. He's gotta do another thing to earn his favor.
Like, I understand everyone says that, but I feel like every time people start talking about, Deion Sanders was a Cowboy, could it be Jerry Jones is really involved? $261 million of the salary cap to Dak Prescott. I understand it's monopoly money for Jerry, but the Saints will tell you the cap is real. You may like to say it's not real. It's effing real.
My counter argument to that is it's the Cowboys, and anything stupid is just fantastic and up their alley.
No, but I think they got back to their roots with their first round pick, taking Tyler
Booker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump. Here's the thing about Trump, and I'm not going to try to dip into politics too much, but especially on the subject of football, considering the man bankrupted an entire league, you should not trust this man on football. He did win his settlement against the NFL for $3, but the original USFL is gone.
$3? Damn.
$3 and I believe 15 cents was the check they got from the NFL.
What's that with inflation now? that could be like $6.
No, not.
Okay,
I mean, it was the '80s, so not that much.
Bills are walking out. Let's see. This could be a curious one.
Let's see.
You aim to build
the pick
for
is
Josh Allen.
in. I am waiting to see what it is on the NFL tracker. Keeping any politics aside, Donald Trump bankrupted destroyed the USFL. You should probably not trust you on that. Oh, we got a good boy alert. I'm going to put this up on stream in half a second. Oh, wait, I'll put it over my own video. You won't see it. Sorry. Sorry, John. But
It's okay. I have the Twitch open in the back.
we got a good boy alert. We got a good boy alert. We got a good boy alert.
Many others.
Hold on. This is Tyler Show's dog. Look at this good boy. Sorry. I'm trying to move my window, and it's not letting me move it. There we go. Okay. Here it is. Look at that good boy. Look at that good boy. Is he a good boy? All right. The Bills' pick is...
Good pad level.
So the Bills took a Sanders. TJ Sanders, South Carolina defensive tackle. One of my favorite D tackles that was still on the board.
It's an interesting one because did they re-sign Ed Oliver? I think they did, right?
Yeah, but I think they have a need for a second D tackle.
Mhm. I think one of the biggest faults when it comes to me in the draft is like, man, I don't know some of these teams' depth charts too well, especially with all the like little shuffling that goes on over
Yeah,
the course of
yeah.
the
I mean,
season.
you'll see someone splay up like needs, and I did see that D line was a need. So, like, they have Ed Oliver, but Daquan Jones, I don't think that's really like you can do better than that. He was a fourth rounder.
Yeah, it looks like they
He's
drafted a third rounder last year, Dwayne Carter. Hard to say. Who
they
else?
absolutely need some. Here's the problem: they also have some suspensions on the D line, so they do need some depth too.
I can add up.
Yeah, I love all the pets.
Interesting.
I love all the pets here, man. We've got Oreo, we've got Mango, we've got the good boy for Tyler Show.
I'm very curious. There's people talking about like, oh, the Jets or the I guess I was talking about the Cowboys taking Sanders, but I'm looking down the list and it's like, man, there's really not a lot of obvious fits. I really don't
Mm.
think Glenn would take a quarterback right now.
No,
'Cause
they're
I'm
not
like,
taking.
yeah,
Again, I believe they. I think we talked about this right before you came on. I think they believe in Justin Fields.
I
I
think so
believe them
too.
when they say they believe in Justin Fields. He's a run first guy. They want to run a run heavy offense. I think they're going to make him comfortable in there. And if he doesn't work out, oh well, next year's class is probably going to be better than whatever this year's quarterback class is. That said,
Yeah, I think that's the best
that
case.
said, Joe Milton is on the board. I am not a fan of Joe Milton, but some people might be.
I think you're thinking of the wrong guy. Joe Milton was like the Tennessee quarterback who got
Oh no, no,
traded from
wait,
the
wait.
Cowboys.
No, 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 no.
Jalen
Sorry.
Moreau,
Jalen
Milrow.
Milrow, yes. Jalen
Yeah,
Milrow. I
I'm the
am
guy.
sorry. I'm
That's okay.
wow. Too close of a name. Jalen Milrow. Yes. Jalen Milrow, the
See,
Alabama quarterback, is on the board. I am not a big fan of his. I
no,
think he's got a problem where he puts teams into trouble and then like gets out of them in the fourth quarter, and that's not going to fly in the NFL. Um,
I think he's almost like a wildcat quarterback. That's kind of how I view him. Like people, I think have compared him to Justin Fields because of the running ability,
oh my
but
God.
like the passing traits to me just
It's funny you
aren't
say
there.
Wildcat. One of my first big NFL memories. Do you remember when they had? Oh my God!
The Dolphins
No, no, no,
or Pat White,
no, 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 no. Why am I blanking on the name? Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow
Tim Tebow. Okay.
was like after the Broncos unceremoniously dumped him. The Jets brought him into training camp, and they put like Sal Paolantonio out there every single day because ESPN was obsessed with Tim Tebow.
Yeah, they
And
had
I
Tim
always
Tebow
remember,
Arch.
I remember Sal Paolantonio had to be very serious for the camera. It's like the Jets are considering using Tim Tebow to practice for a Wildcat quarterback, and we had to seriously entertain that shit.
Well, wasn't he like the personal protector for the punt unit for a bit? And they were talking about that, like, oh, Tebow could be the next punt protector. I'm like, okay, that's not
They
a
were
great title.
anything,
Like,
anything to get Tim Tebow into conversation back then, man. That
yeah,
Deadspin article is still probably one of the greatest things they wrote about just. I'm sorry, by the way, if you can hear it. They're cutting the grass next door. My window's open. I will go close that when I get a chance. Can you hear that at all, John? You can't probably hear it on the stream. I don't know if because my mic is not capped on Twitch. You guys might hear it, so let me know if you guys pick it up. If you
I
do,
don't
I will go
hear
close
it.
it.
I
No,
don't hear it on
there's
my
a
end.
noise
Yeah.
filter on. We can hear it. It says junk drunk. I will go close that right now. 1 second. Okay. Okay. So, John Whitaker, by the way, he does write for PrideOfDetroit.com. I know you're not usually on us for podcasts or stuff anymore. But
No, I
John
haven't done a podcast for a bit, but
John
I'll
writes.
stop by
John
for some
writes.
draft
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
I
occasionally
enjoy
write
I enjoy
stuff.
John's takes on X as well. So
I don't like some of mine sometimes.
you're a contrarian.
Oh,
That's good for this business.
yeah, I don't know. I think for me, it's just being a bit jaded. Where I always like to. I don't want to say I like to see the bad of things, but I don't like getting my hopes up, right? And that's what I'm kind of was in favor of this draft class because I was like, okay, there aren't really any picks that I'm going to be pounding the
Mm-hmm.
table for. So whoever the Lions pick, I'm going to be fine with it, right?
So just like the Bears, another former disciple of Dan Campbell has chosen a tight end. The Jets have drafted Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU.
See, I like this pick more relative to
The
uh,
Bears?
assets. Yeah, because to me,
Yeah.
the Bears gave up a that was 10th overall pick
Well,
for
they don't
Roman.
have who was their tight end last year? Who was their
It was
tight end
Cole
last year?
Kmet. Cole Kmet's a
No, no,
good
no,
tight
no. For the
end.
Jets, for the Jets.
Oh, for the
I see him.
Jets.
He had a big beard. Um,
He used to play for the Vikings.
no, Tyler Conklin was who I was thinking
Yeah,
of.
I think
And
he's
I do not
gone.
think Tyler Conklin is still with them. Not that Conklin was very great and Uzmoa was
Yeah,
not very
he's
good.
gone
Yeah,
now.
so Conklin's with the Chargers now. Their
Yeah,
tight
so they
end
had
room
like
is, yeah, go ahead.
Jeremy Ruckert, who never really materialized into
And then a
much, and
bunch of guys
then
who I haven't heard of: Stone Smart, Zach Kuntz, and Neil Johnson. Like
yeah,
they could absolutely use a Mason Taylor.
I do know that Zach was the most athletic tight end of all time by RAS. That's kind of his claim to fame for
You
me.
think Ruckert is a blocker? Ruckert
Yeah,
is a decent block. I believe that is true, but like they're gonna want a more rounded athlete to go there. I actually like what the Jets have been doing in this draft. I
I like
think that
what they've been doing this offseason, right?
I
They
yeah
kicked
yeah
Rodgers to the curb, which is the
of
most
course. Well,
important
I
move,
mean of course.
and they nailed the head coach hire, right?
And then their first pick, like that. I'm just gonna try to stop blanking on the name for a second.
Membu.
Membu. Yeah, like I love that pick for them. I absolutely love the Membu pick.
Mhm. I think if anything, it just makes me remember the Makai Becton pick, and it just makes me realize, like, man, what could have been for them because that guy could have been a cornerstone, but just kind of early struggles just really set him back. And that's something we kind of see way too often with a lot of prospects nowadays is they get thrown into the fire and either due to injury or performance, something causes them to not live up to early expectations, and then they kind of just end up bouncing around a bit. But I think
The
Becton bounced back pretty good though.
49ers have selected Alfred Collins, a defensive tackle from Texas. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. So we are edging closer and closer to pick 60 when the Lions will be on the board. So pick is in for the Cowboys. So the Colts are on the clock, which means we are 15 picks away from the Detroit Lions.
Telling you, the Cowboys have a chance to do the funniest thing here.
Maybe, but again, $261 million, John, and nearly all of it's guaranteed too. Like a ton
I
of it
don't
is
care. It's gonna
guaranteed.
be funny.
Dude, I'm sorry. I know some Cowboys fans in my life really hate Dak Prescott, but they are going to stick with that man. Jerry Jones is not going to penny pinch, and I will guarantee you they are not taking Shadur Sanders. I will whatever money you want. I mean, well, I
So
should be careful about this because round 3 might happen, but
Jeff Risdon on Twitter made an interesting point, saying that a lot of defensive tackles are flying off the board, but the edge group has been so far untouched in the second round. So it makes you wonder if the Lions
got
probably could
ahead.
not have waited much longer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because what, that was pick 28? I
Well, did
mean,
you see
maybe he
the
would have been gone
video?
in the early 30s, right?
Did you see the video from the War Room?
From the Lions perspective?
Yes.
Yeah, so they were pretty
They
pumped about
didn't wait
that.
at all. They did not wait at
No.
all. Yeah.
It's so hard to tell with that group because I think they're pumped about every pick. They could draft some random seventh rounder who has played college football for like a week and they'd be
They'd
fist
be
pumping and
excited.
going
Yeah.
crazy. Brad Holmes
Bills were
loves his
rumored to
draft
be
picks.
hot on Williams at 30. I did hear a rumor that I did hear a rumor that I forget who the Bills like, but I think a lot of teams were starting to trade down after certain
One sec. I'm
players
going to
went
go
off the
fan
board.
because it's been hot in Peru.
Yeah, go for it. Hot in British Columbia. Oh, he's got Bluetooth headphones, so he can probably hear me. The amount of drama that drafting Sanders here would do, I just don't see it, man. I know we all want to clown on the Cowboys, but Jerry Jones is a penny pincher on top of everything else. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe as a fourth rounder. But they have so many other needs to stay. Jerry Jones is nothing but slow and steady. He is a tortoise. That has good things and bad things about him. He does like attention, but I don't think his desire for attention, A, ever comes before his team. B, his attention would not preclude him from putting someone up there who would take attention away from him. Jerry has to be number one. His coach has to be subservient to him. His players have to be beneath him. It's all about Jerry.
What I'm wondering is that what phase are the Cowboys in right now? Are they trying to compete? Because I think they are.
I think they're still trying. I think they're still trying to compete.
Yeah, so it's you look at the roster, what do they need to add? I mean, running back is an option. They added Javonte Williams, but he's not really been healthy.
I would say they need a corner. They need an edge. They need a receiver.
Here, one second. I'm going to turn my fan on. Let me know if it's affecting my mic.
Yeah, it should. And actually, more than anything, John, they probably need a running back. But this run on running backs probably leads me to believe they're going to wait a little bit longer. But they do need a running back. Their run game cannot be this bad. Actually, I didn't even think of this. They could take Cam Scatabo.
Be an interesting one. He's going to be an interesting landing spot. I don't know what's a good fit for him.
I could see them take someone like Trevor Etienne as well. They need a run game. They have no goddamn run game to speak of whatsoever. It's embarrassing how bad their run game is. I would say that and wide receiver are some really big needs for them, but I do not see them taking a running back here. And I am right. The pick is in. It is edge. It is Donovan Eziruaku from Boston College.
Good job on the name. I think that's probably one of the best edge defenders who's still available, right?
I have a couple guys above him.
Him and Mike Green, I think, was one. But
I mean, I like Scarton a lot. I like Nick Scarton a lot. He's still on the board. Depending how you feel about Jack Sawyer, he's still on the board. I do know Dane Brugler had Izzy Uraku, and I think I'm getting that right, as his edge 6 behind Michael Williams. So, which the James, we didn't talk about it enough, the James Pierce reach the Falcons did.
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, if they made that move on its own, it would have been fine. Mm-hmm. But I think in conjunction with having already kind of taken a pass rushing linebacker and giving up a future first, I really don't think that, because look, they're going into next year with Penix as their quarterback, and honestly, it's an unknown how he's going to be. He could tank, and all of a sudden, that's a top 12, top 14 pick. That's really expensive for an edge rusher who has a lot of questions, right?
I also believe that Landon Jackson's a very good fit.
I think so.
To the chat, I think all you really need to do is put on the tape when Arkansas played LSU and how he handled Will Campbell. He also has some special teams chops as well. He blocked 3 field goals. I think the Lions would like all of that, but he's definitely a little bit of a diamond in the rough. But the build, the wingspan is very much so something I think. I think right now Landon Jackson is still a big one. Tuimoloa
I like Jackson. I find that he's probably going to be an upgrade over what they had with John Kaminsky and Josh Paschal. Right? You want that bigger defensive end who holds up in the run. But really,
Yeah.
Pascal has just not really popped as a pass rusher, and I think Jackson
Yeah.
has that good floor as a run defender, but I think he has a higher ceiling as someone who could get to the quarterback a bit
Well,
more
I think
efficiently.
again their plan is going to be to start the year with Davenport, no matter what. Um, just a matter of what comes after that. Colts pick is in. We're waiting to see what it is. The Rams will be on the clock. I believe the Rams have traded with. This was Atlanta's pick. I don't know when they traded it, but the Rams will be on the clock or on the clock right now as we wait for the Colts pick. So we're moving a little bit quick here.
Another edge rusher. So now we're starting to see the run on pass rushers.
Do we have? Yes, it is JT Tuimoloau. Loa, which we were just talking about. Man, Ohio State is having a tremendous draft class.
Yeah, how many? That's
That's
three
like eight
in
or
this
nine.
round.
Oh yeah,
And let's
like
see.
three in this round. They had like five last night or something like that.
Yeah, one. Yeah, they had four yesterday. So that's a very productive outing.
Oh yeah, you're right, Birdie. The trade that was part of the trade yesterday. I sometimes miss numbers like that. Yeah, the Rams really fleeced the fact that the Rams got a first rounder out of a future first rounder out of the Falcons is criminal.
Mhm.
Actually, genuine criminal behavior.
I just don't get that move because the Falcons, they're not a year away where they can afford to sacrifice a first round pick.
Their GM
I
is trying
I
to
don't
save his
get that.
hide. That's all it is. The
Yeah.
GM's trying to save his hide after what happened with them last year at the with the quarterback
To
situation.
to me though, it's like you're saving your hide by also not saving your hide because all of a sudden
Mm-hmm.
you trading first round pick is not going to look good on your resume when honestly I don't think it's going to work out too well for Atlanta.
No, I mean Atlanta's Atlanta. It's very funny that we've kind of come full circle back to the days of the NFC South poorhouse teams of the Saints and Falcons. You hate to see it. You just genuinely hate to see it, especially since like those things have. Kamalama, sorry guys, but why are we not optimistic about Jack Sawyer? Just salty Michigan fans or what? I'm a Michigan fan, by the way. I just don't consider him bigger than some of the other edges that are out there. I have Jordan Birch above him. I have Nick Scorton above him. I have Landon Jackson above him. That's just the reality of the situation. I just
Not
think there's
a
like three or
Michigan.
four edges better than him. I'm a
Yeah,
USC
I'm
guy.
yeah, I'm not a Michigan guy with no ties to Michigan or Michigan State or Ohio State or anything. And I don't know, like he's a fine pick, but I just don't really think he has that high of a ceiling. Like here, PFF calls him like a high floor all round 3-4 defensive end. And that's kind of it. Like honestly, I don't really see him being better than like John Kaminsky.
Yeah, there's just a lot of limitations to him. I think it was sexy just because he's kind of local and because the Michigan and Ohio State stuff got a lot of play. But I just genuinely, I don't. I just think there's. This is tough because I feel like, especially when we cover a team like the Detroit Lions, there is a lot of bias on some of the college football we watch going to the Big Ten. And I don't know how many people are spending their Saturdays casually watching say Arkansas, Arkansas football.
It's like Arkansas football.
Yeah, when's the last time you watched Arkansas football?
Um, Probably Ryan Mallett days, I would assume. With been with Frank Ragnow. That's a good question. I might have watched Frank Ragnow without
Thank
even
you,
realizing it.
thank you, Dark Elf for the Rush lyrics.
Frank Ragnow was way after Mallett.
Hmm. Way after
Blurs
Mallet.
together. Yeah, Ragnow was only drafted in 2018. Like it feels like
Yeah,
he's like 35, but he's not. He's just 28.
he's a Bob Quinn pick, like the one good pick of the Bob Quinn years.
I mean, I guess honestly, the two best picks that Quinn made were Taylor Decker and Frank Ragnow. They're still
I
good.
would say Decker was kind of a can't miss though. Like some guys get credit for it. It's like, well, when you're picking that high, it's really hard to screw it up. And to be fair, they did
See,
screw up Jeff Okuda.
So Taylor Decker was 16 overall
Oh,
in
I thought he was much
2016.
higher. Damn.
Yeah, so he was a few picks after Tunsil because he had that whole like gas mask long thing
The
that pushed him down a
greatest
bit.
thing ever. I
Yeah.
love the gas mask bog.
So let's see. The next offensive tackle chosen after Decker is quite ways down. It would have
Why
been
watch Arkansas football?
Jason
Because
Sprague.
Arkansas football is just mean boy football, Cody. It's a mean mother trucking brand of football.
Yeah, I feel
I
like if you get
love
an offensive
Arkansas.
lineman,
I love watching Arkansas football because it is just dudes. Even their wide receiver T Slaw is a dude.
yeah, I feel like if you get anyone from the offensive or defensive line from Arkansas, you're going to get a guy who is pretty high in the grit meter.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Trenches guys from Arkansas. That's like, not the same hip, but like that's like TEU for Iowa
Or wide receivers at LSU.
or Alabama these days. I wish we could still say USC. I mean, or USC. USC's got a lot of good wide receivers too.
Is the guy in this class? I can't remember.
No, not in this class, but like Drake London, Jordan
Yeah,
Addison, go back and back and back. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
who's that?
Never heard of him. I love what the Rams are doing, by the way. I live in Los Angeles, by the way. I live in the Valley. I was north of a lot of the fires. It is very cool to see the Rams in the LA Fire Department headquarters as their war room. That's like extremely cool to me. Like it is it's really hard to describe to people unless you've kind of been under that siege of like how much fire was going around and everything. And I was north of the Palisades fire, safe but north of it. The Los Angeles Rams pick is in, and it is Terrence Ferguson, a tight end from Oregon.
Interesting one. I think
Interesting. I don't
we're
think this
kind
was
of
on my
seeing that.
radar.
We're kind of seeing that renaissance of teams looking for those like pass catching tight ends.
Yeah.
Because like I think so far every single tight end that's been drafted has been way more of a pass catcher than blocker. And like it
So
makes sense you're not going to draft a blocking tight end in the first few rounds, but it feels like for the past few years we've had kind of a more quiet period with tight ends. Like remember when Predator Detroit used to do
kinda, but
our
like,
top 10.
yeah,
So
yeah. But
the
I'm
reason why I say that is like the top 10 tight ends in the NFL, to me, once you get down to like seven, eight, nine, it's like a pretty steep drop off, right? And so I wonder if teams are going to try to recapture those elite tight ends and try to grow that bracket of top tier.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to the fact that like the Bears did want a blocking tight end, like guys who could block, like Colston Loveland. But I mean, that's also because they had Cole Kmet already, who is
Mhm.
their pass catching tight end.
Yeah.
Um, Ferguson, like I don't think Arroyo is gone, and I don't.
No, he's
Taylor
still on the board.
did Taylor go? I think Mason
Yeah,
Taylor
Taylor
already
went.
went.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's. I mean, this makes a lot of sense then, and like I'm gonna imagine the Rams. I don't know if that counts as a local pick for them, but like probably scouted him pretty well when he was at Oregon and everything. So, and yeah, most touchdowns by a tight end in Oregon history, 16 receiving touchdowns.
Well, the Cardinals have made a interesting pick.
Let me go see if it is up. Yes, finally, the slide of Will Johnson has ended. The Cardinals are taking Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan.
It was announced by Patrick Peterson. I don't think that's a good fit because I don't know what the Cardinals' situation is looking like right now. But man, if he gets over the injury, then that's a absolute steal.
Yeah. That's kind of like good value. You're just kind of it's a risk, obviously, but now
I
here's where
mean,
we get
I think he was
interesting.
a consensus. Yeah.
Raiders on the clock.
Raiders, Bengals, Seahawks, Broncos, Titans, Bucks, Packers, Chargers, Bears, Panthers, Texans, Ravens, and Lions. Oh, why do the Ravens have to pick right before us? We know they're going to
I don't know.
steal someone.
But the Raiders are probably the last team in that block who I would say could take Shadur Sanders. And the Raiders just traded the pick to the Houston Texans. Never mind. They traded down, too. Texans are going to have 2 picks before the Lions. Where did they trade? Did they trade completely out of the second round? They did. The Raiders just traded completely out of the second round.
Interesting, because I feel like the Raiders need to add picks because they got GT in the first round, Genty.
Yeah. I'll tell Twitch chat, since they're talking about the Rams game, I have been to SoFi Stadium. I was there to cover it when it was Lions Chargers. I think it was a couple years ago. It's a nice stadium. It is a bit hellish to get into, but if you're staying in LA, like, I'm sure you can probably figure that out. And I'm just hoping at some point to get the Crenshaw line going so you can actually take the Metro. But it's expensive. It's a nice stadium. I'm halfway about it, though. I think the problem is just Inglewood's really hard to get into and out of. The parking is a nightmare. But it is a fine stadium. It just doesn't feel like a football stadium, if that makes sense. It was absolutely made with entertainment in mind, and the sight lines and everything kind of feel it. It's a good game day experience. I don't know that I would really rank it up there with some of the football stadiums I'd go to. What are the Texans going to do here?
It's tough because in the first round, when a team moves up, they're probably going. Yeah, like in the first round, when you move up, you're probably going for a position of value, or if there's like a recent run. But in the second round, I really don't know. Do they need offensive line help?
There's a lot of guards on the board. There's a lot of guards still on the board.
Yeah.
I don't know if round 2 is where you want to go guard, but they have needs across that entire O-line. Like, I can see them going tackle or interior here.
It'll be interesting to see what the Lions want to do if they do go either offensive line or edge. Because I'm looking at the offensive line groups. There's a few names that stand out, but it's very much the second tier of players now.
I am going. Can we take it? Sorry. Can I?
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
I'm pulling up something Eric did mention. So YouTube's asking about the grit index in regards to Tyleik Williams, and while we've got a moment here, I feel like we could probably pull it up because I think Eric did have a thread in regards to the grit index. Let me just pull it up right now because my hacked pirate version of TweetDeck is not letting me pull it up very easily. Yeah, and Eric, by the way, did say the Bills were interested in drafting Tyleik Williams, which would explain the hesitancy to trade back. There was a thread on X about Tyleik Williams' grit score. I'm going to read it here. So Williams scored a 4.279, tier 5 on the grit scale, which we agree is lower than anticipated. When researching Williams, we identified tallies for his, quote, intelligence and, quote, toughness, but most reports didn't delve deep into his character. It's possible we were too harsh on him in a few areas because when we went back to re-examine the score, we identified a few phrases that used softer language. For example, always in pursuit mode is softer than the common, quote, relentless motor. But even if we had identified those phrases and included him, Williams would only have moved from tier 5 up to tier 4. This brings up to something we saw pre-draft. There are a few position groups that don't seem to fit the current system, and we're not entirely sure why. Quarterbacks score higher than expected, while blocking tight ends and nose tackles scored lower than expected. The average grit score for a nose tackle was 53.83, and only 3 nose tackles reached tier 3. I talked about this more on the Detroit Lions Breakdown podcast, noting it will take a deep dive to figure out why. At the end of the day, it's also possible Williams doesn't score highly in some of those areas we targeted. Based on the reports that were available, tier 5 or 4 is likely an entirely accurate score. I'm not fully familiar with Eric's method. That doesn't surprise me that quarterbacks get a lot more glowing reports about grit and toughness and shit like that, considering How we
They're
know
always
people
viewed.
write about certain quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, my other point for quarterbacks is that a lot of times, kind of the intangibles are a big part of that scouting report. Whereas for a nose tackle, like intangibles, like sure, like toughness, physicality, those are things that are often mentioned. But like, oh, if the guy's like a great asset in like the film room, that doesn't always come out for nose tackles, right? It's not a big selling point, right?
I feel like we can also do this thing where we just understand that quarterbacks, a lot of them are white, and those tend to be the words that are used for white quarterbacks on
Didn't
reports.
want to say it. I didn't want to say it,
Look,
but
man.
yes.
Look, man. We don't need to pussyfoot around this shit. We really
I'm
don't.
just saying, is there a reason why Scotabo was the top running back on the grid index? It's lunch pail guy, first guy in, last guy
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. This is a joke. We all know these phrases
Yeah.
by heart on how they talk
Oh,
about certain players.
I'm just thinking, what would be a good nickname for Scotabo? Because like Darius Sanders is already taken, and
It's just
like that's
Scatabo.
elite.
It's just
Yeah,
Scatabo. Just go with Scatabo. It's
you just
unique
gotta go with
enough.
that.
Just it's a Scatabo.
Scat
We have a
man.
Scatabo. The Houston Texans did go O-line. They are taking, and now excuse me on this name. I have not had time to research this. Ariante Ursery. Ursery.
That looks right.
Offensive tackle from Minnesota. I'm going to be honest. I've not really greatly researched. Brugler had him as the offensive tackle 5, which, again, when you're down here, like the only one in front of him, I think Connerly is still on the board. But, like, Ursery, if you're getting to this point and it's like it fits your system, it fits your system, right?
My problem with evaluating offensive linemen on like day 2 and day 3 is that you frankly have no clue where they're going to play,
Yeah.
because you could have someone who's played their entire career at tackle, and then one team could view him as tackle, one team could view him as guard. Like Gray Zabel, for example, like he
Yeah.
only played center at was it the Senior Bowl, and people were mocking him as like the top center on the board,
Yeah, Dane
right?
Brugler included, right? And I know
Yeah,
I brought that up as a giant red flag. Yeah,
yeah. So like to me, when some of these names get called, it's like, well, I have no clue where they're going to play, right? And like even if a player has never played a certain position, the team might think he's a
mm-hmm.
decent fit and try him out there. I mean, who's to say that they
Yeah.
can't play a tackle at center
I mean,
or play a
we're
center
also
at guard?
talking about like the Big Ten like offensive lineman of the year in 2024 as well, and all this stuff. Like they're showing some of his art on screen too. This man's got a nice sketching future too. I enjoy it.
But which
Bengals.
network are you watching?
I'm watching ABC
Okay,
because
I'm on network. Can
I'm
you
hoping
gloss
someone
it
else
over?
puts another plate of fried cheese in front of Nick Saban. Pick is in for the Bengals. Man in a cowboy hat is coming out for the Bengals pick. The NFL thing is getting a little behind now. I think we're actually going to be almost caught up to the ABC stream, so I'm still waiting to see who the pick is here. Raiders now have 5 picks between 58 and 108. Should clean up unless they're ding-dongs. That's the problem. They are ding-dongs. My friend Bo, if he joins us, is going to fillet them for picking Genty. Bengals took one of our top linebacker targets who I've had, Demetrius Knight, the linebacker out of South Carolina. I think
I
I've
think
got
looking at the board, yeah,
yeah.
go for it.
No, I was going to
I'm
say,
sure.
I like Knight a lot. Smail Munden's kind of up there. Stutzman's up there. But Knight's not bad. I know Brugler's got a bit of a lower grade for him. But Ryan did talk about him on our like linebackers preview podcast as a day 2 target for the Detroit Lions.
I think kind of at the point where now that a guy like Campbell is gone and some of these other names have gone, I'm fine passing on linebacker until like day 3, like day 3 maybe. Like I
Yeah.
think we it would have been okay to spend a first rounder on a guy like Campbell, because um, then you have kind of an heir to Alex Anzalone, and then you have essentially just kind of more depth to add Derek Barnes and Jack Campbell. But I think you're kind of getting into that tier where it's like, okay, these guys little bit lower ceiling, perhaps. What's their fit going to be? Because I
I
don't think the Lions need backup linebackers, right?
I just don't see a lot of targets on day 3 for linebackers. Like there's maybe 2 names you can talk about, maybe Kobe King, and which I'm not huge on, and like maybe Jack Kaiser. And if you took Jack Kaiser, you'd probably want to take him as a special teams player.
Well,
Like,
then it's
but
like how many more special teamers can the Lions afford to
yeah.
get,
Yes,
right?
all of them. Yes. But I do think there is a long need for strong side linebacker. There is a long term need for Sam linebacker. And if it's
I
not
agree with that.
Sam linebacker, forget yeah.
I just view other positions as more warranted. Like I would love a safety way more than I would love a linebacker because for one, I think a safety at this point can still get into the starting lineup this season. But even like in the future, like I think there's a more direct path
I
to
would say
play
they would.
time.
They really need a corner right now too, I would say. Like I really do see them taking a corner sometime today. I don't know if it's round
The
2, round
Lions,
3. Yes.
I really don't think so because they have three cornerbacks locked up long term. Um, I just don't know how that fit would be. I mean, because like, what's their depth chart right now? It's pretty stacked, and I
Hmm.
know that guys get hurt and whatnot, but like here, Terry Arnold, Phil Dorsey, obviously special teamer, Levante Maddox, uh, Maurice Norris, NX Red Straw, DJ Reed, Amik Robertson, Stanley Thomas Oliver, and Romak Yassin. So like that's pretty good group, I think.
All right.
Yeah, I think you can add a rookie because I think you can challenge someone like Maddox or I think Robertson has 1 year left, so he's
I
might
don't
not be
know
a
what
long
I
term
still don't know
thing.
what Rake Straw is. That's my problem too. Is I
Yeah.
still don't know what to think of Rake Straw.
My counter to that is that the Lions make who extra is, and I think
All right.
they've spent tons of time scouting him, spent tons of time with him in film room, in practice. I think they have a better idea of what he's going to be like going forward next year. I don't think he's going to be a starter next year, but to me, he's still a second round pick. I think they still view him as a pretty high ceiling player, and I
Excuse
think
me.
part
I
of
think
it
I
keeps
said
going forward.
Connerly was still around. Someone on YouTube corrected me. Connerly did go to the Commanders. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
he's
miss
done.
people every now and then. Like I'm just not gonna have a great photographic memory of who goes where, especially with how just crazy it gets. And I believe when the Commanders were picking last night. Yes, they did take Connerly last night. That's when we were having like draft stream troubles. So I was like molding while trying to get us back onto YouTube and Twitch.
Mhm. I'm a bit surprised that Nick Scourton is still available from A&M. I feel like that's a
Not
pick that the
really.
Eagles are going to steal from us. Not Eagles, the Ravens are
I
going to
think
steal from us.
yeah, I think Scourton like he's just not the. It's tough because now you're 2 edges deep with A&M. I think certain people weren't as high on him. He seems like specialized to the pass rush quite a bit. As a well-rounded edge, I don't know if he really has those traits there for him. I'm pulling out my notes right now, so I'm kind of like waffling for time while I'm sitting here.
I
Um,
think the Lions can afford to get a pass rush first guy because there's clearly room for that with James
it's the
Houston, and he
physicals,
didn't work
yeah.
out.
It's really
Like,
yeah.
because you have a guy like Marcus Davenport. I know there's so many questions about if he's to be healthy or not. But
Mm.
like between him and Pascal, like you have some defensive ends with run stopping, and then you can cycle in pass rusher when needed. So
Yep.
it'll be interesting. Yeah, let's see here.
The Seahawks have taken a tight end. They have
Oh,
taken Elijah Arroyo out of Miami.
I think it's a good landing spot for him
We're
because I
going
think,
pretty deep on tight end now.
yeah, how many is that? Is that five or six
Five? I
so far?
want to say five. I really want to say five, but don't the rum. This is rum plus bourbon in here. So
Yeah, that is our fifth tight end.
yeah, because Taylor's off the board, Ferguson's off the board, Arroyo, and there were 2 last night, so that's the 5th tight end. Yeah. I know there's a bit of an argument right now about Sanders in the chat, but No, 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 no.
Wait, for
I just
Detroit?
for Detroit.
No, absolutely not. Do you want that in the media? No
I
way.
genuinely cannot, as someone who has to do national media, I genuinely cannot overstate what a headache it will be. I'm not doing this for the hell of it. Like, it will be a headache to end all headaches.
Yeah, like
Like
at
I
least when Hendon Hooker was drafted, it was like a third round pick. We knew he was going to be injured for the entire rookie season. If you get a guy like Sanders who has slid this far in the draft, again, like I can't ignore the Deion Sanders thing, right? Like
yeah.
that's just going to be such a
But he's just not
hailstorm.
good either. He's not
No,
good
I
either. He
think
holds onto the ball for an extremely long period of time. He
yeah,
takes
I
an
mentioned it
incredibly
yesterday.
amount of
His
sacks.
one of the more common comparison he got was Teddy Bridgewater, right? And like, I mean, Teddy Bridgewater, he had his moments, but he's not a high
Yeah.
ceiling guy. But then also like from a personality perspective, like Bridgewater is a first class guy, right? And I don't know if Sanders is going to be that same kind of thing. I think he's probably
Yeah.
more likely to be a distraction than a positive.
Well, you were wondering about Scourton. He's off the board. The Carolina Panthers have taken him.
I think it's a good one because that basically
Yeah.
replaces Burns, I think.
I want to say that is correct. Yeah, and that's decent. I always like a rotation between offense and defense in a draft. And they took Tech McMillan yesterday, which is like a really good pickup, I think, for the Carolina Panthers. So that gives them Scourton on the edge. I think they run a base 3-4, so Bobby Brown, and then our old friend Ashawn Robinson is on the Panthers roster right now.
Just needs one second.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Panthers are curious. What's the state of their offensive line? Because I think did they make some free agency moves? I know they did last year
You got me on that
because
front.
they've definitely added some offensive talent. I was looking at the Panthers roster and they had Jack Plummer, and I thought it was Jake Plummer for a second. I was like, what the hell? He's still going.
Titans pick is in, and we're getting a bit of an edge run now. Oluwafemi Oladejo, from UCLA for the Tennessee Titans. So the Titans go and get themselves some defense there. Oladejo's not someone I'm terribly high on. He's fine. Just
I'm more
fine.
curious about the Lions because I wonder if it's another situation where the fan base just has this complete expectation they're going to do
Mm.
this, and then the organization just goes a completely different direction.
Well, I
Because
just,
like it
I
might be a case where they just don't go for any of these edges.
well, I just think it's specifically with Edge, right?
Hmm.
Specifically with Edge, I just think most fans got really antsy without Aiden Hutchinson. That's
Yeah,
all it is. At the end of the day, is you didn't have Aiden Hutchinson for the majority for most of the season, and you've kind of talked yourself up into that there's an edge problem, or the belief that like you can just have two great edges, two great DEs, and it's hard to have both on a roster like that.
yeah. And I
But
think we
who
really
is
forgot
left?
about how good
Yeah,
Hutchinson was. So like, there's Mike Green left. So
Landon Jackson.
Scourton's gone. Yeah, Lanning Jackson. He's probably like the top guy. I mean,
He's my
obviously some
top
people are going to
guy
talk
right
about
now.
Jack Sawyer as a name. I'm not
Jack
as keen on
Sawyer.
that.
Yep.
So because I think they're probably looking for more of a like larger defensive end as opposed to like a pass rushing linebacker. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I could still be on the table, but I'm less certain of that. Let's see who are some of the top guys.
Jordan Birch maybe.
Yeah, that could be a
Oh,
fit.
I forgot about this. I was mostly targeting him as a round three guy, but Ashton Gillott out of Louisville. I know Jeremy talked quite a bit about him on our Edge podcast. Ashton Gillott, there's a lot to like there. I know he's a little bit lower on boards. He's more of a round three guy, but if you're picking at 60, you're almost picking at round three already. I could see them doing someone like Jalot. Jalot's kind of prototypical for what I believe the Lions. I did write about him, so I'm like pulling up my article again. So I really should just keep this stuff open, but I'm worried too many tabs will crash everything again. He is a bit small, but like he had 25.5 sacks over 4 years. And I think he's just got the aggression you really want to really get into the backfield. Especially,
I think,
like about 40 tackles for loss in his career as well. So, and high marks from Jeff Brom as well, his coach at Louisville, which Jaloti, is that how I pronounce it? Excuse me.
Yeah, we're going to butcher a lot of pronunciations. Speaking of which, another edge prospect that we could go for is Savion Jones out of LSU.
Yeah.
Eric and Al were pretty keen on him. I think Al had a scouting report in April, a week or so ago, on it. And he's kind of a more of the 6'5", 280-pound, really athletic, kind of a bull in the china shop was the phrase that Al used, which I love, because we need some of those can crushers, right? And if you can develop into a good run stopper
Tampa's
on top of that.
Tampa's not taking Sanders, guys. Tampa's, again, nobody with an established quarterback is going to take Shadur Sanders.
I don't know who's going to pick him at all at this point. Like, he's clearly going to get drafted. But
he's going to get drafted, but this is very much so a Johnny Manziel slide.
Yeah. So have the Raiders done anything?
This is the media really fell in love with talking about Shadur Sanders, but front offices did not like what they see in Shadur Sanders. And they're letting you know Tyler Show, higher regard for teams than Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, I think it's basically like a Malik Willis thing. Like, it's not a strong quarterback class. And there's all this hype that comes with quarterbacks because it's just how fans are.
And we're running out of dancing chairs, too. We're running out of musical chairs, too. Like, Jackson Dart goes to the Giants. The Saints are needy, and they take Show. Or Shaw, excuse me. I'm butchering that name, I'm sure, too. Who was the other quarterback off the board? Did we have another quarterback yet? No, we haven't.
Cam Ward, first guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, besides Cam Ward. But, like, I think Jalen Milroe is still there. And I still believe
he's still there.
When the Raiders come around and they decide they want a quarterback, it might be Jalen Milroe. I think it's still very likely Jalen Milroe goes before Shadur Sanders.
I mean, there's another guy like
Quinn Ewers might go before Shadur Sanders.
I was going to say that I think Will Howard could enter that conversation too. Like,
Kyle McCord. Kyle McCord, I think, is going to impress people.
I think that people are kind of turned off by Sanders, like below average skill set. Like, there's a time and place for pocket passers, but they're not sexy picks. And I feel like, given where we are in the draft, why would you go for Sanders, who has a lower ceiling, compared to a guy like, for example, right? Who, like, to me is like really low floor. But if you take this backup quarterback, I mean, probably aim high.
Let's see who the Bucks pick is. The Bucks pick is in Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. A very good corner, had some injuries sideline him. That's a pick I really like for the Buccaneers.
I really like what the Bucks have done recently. I think we saw how good their defense was the last few years. Looks like another good piece to the puzzle. I don't remember their quarterback group too well, but obviously they lost Carlton Davis to the Lions for that trade. I don't know who they've added this year. Let's see.
Jamal Dean says Birdie in Twitch chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Bucks do draft very well, Cody. I am.
That being said, I'm a bit curious about their first round.
Jason Smith on YouTube. We didn't murder. Like, I would say the media didn't murder Sanders' rep. He did it to himself. Like every report out there is just how ungodly turned off people were in the interview process. Like
Yeah.
I really need to stress this. Like we've got a culture who talks about like swagger and like, you know, this idea that you need to be confident to a alarmingly annoying degree. I hate to say it, a lot of people get fucking turned off like that. And when you're in a situation like the NFL where the quarterback is supposed to be a team first player more than anything, you can't come into like people were saying that Shadur Sanders is making like scouts and front office people feel small with the way he talked to them. Like these guys have egos too. Like I really want you to think about these kind of things when it comes to treating people. And I feel like Shadur Sanders is a very instructive lesson on don't treat people like shit. Like I kept hearing about how much he would throw his other teammates under the bus for a lot of the mistakes. Like I'm not there for the meetings, but like these are the kind of the reports coming out. Like, but that's the thing, Jason Smith. He is different from a lot of other college athletes. The other guys aren't screwing up interviews this badly. Other guys understand the assignment. When you go in for an interview with any job, you kind of have to understand the assignment, right? You don't go in there and say, well, I don't really want the job, and like, actually, I'm only doing this for the money. No. And even that's not who you are, like, at the least, put on the face, man. Put on the face.
You see the draft room that Sanders had made?
Yeah, he's got a wallpaper that just says legendary everywhere.
Oh my God. And he had this whole wall with all these hats, and he's still probably looking at them like shit.
Well, hey, Packers pick is in. We're 6 picks away now for the Detroit Lions. Anthony Belton is their pick, offensive tackle for NC State. Packers double dip on their offense. Belton is an interesting one. I'm trying to. I'm going to have to check his RAS score because that's probably more than anything. I think this is interesting. This is really interesting. So remind me. So I think is Donovan Jackson off the board? I don't remember.
Yes, he's gone.
Okay, so Donovan Jackson's gone.
It was either like a few like early in the round, or I think it was late yesterday.
Okay, so I mean, Brugler's got him as like a third or fourth rounder, and there's a couple guys above him. Again, your board is your board at this point.
Yep, PFF has him at 98 on their board.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So it looks like a lot of the scouting reports are talking about him being unrefined. So maybe that's not a guy who starts right away, because if you throw him against Aiden Hutchinson, welcome to the league, rookie. Oh, here, NFL Network is showing the classic player pushing a car in neutral.
I'm getting pictures of Belton on ABC about does not like the ocean. He does not like killer whales. Hold on. Where's my screenshot thing? Crap. Where's my snipper right now? Hold on. Crap. Sorry. It's gonna, there we go. Okay. I'm going to put this on the screen right here, on Twitch, and YouTube. That I don't like them. They're smart, but they're scary. They're not for me.
I mean, as a Vancouver resident, I take insult to that. Killer whales.
Hey man, I love killer whales. I love all creatures of the sea. I am a
maybe he's talking about
aquarium head. By the way, I love the aquarium. You guys, I've been to the aquarium in Vancouver when I think one of the belugas was born there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I remember swimming around because like it pods with its mother and grandmother, and it was very. I know he ain't wrong. Like orcas are kind of crazy. But no, if you do get the chance, go to the aquarium's right in the middle of Stanley Park, which is beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be cool. My sister's gonna have a wedding there this year, so looks like we have another receiver up the board for.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little behind here. Trey Harris.
Chargers.
Yeah, Chargers go receiver, so they keep adding weapons for running back and wide receiver is the Chargers' order so far, right? Because they took Amari and Hampton. They get Justin Herbert, a new receiver, and Trey Harris.
Makes sense because they didn't have a lot of reliable weapons. I don't know, man. The Chargers just seem like a team that probably just need to get injury luck. right? It seems like they're always hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have Herbert, Hampton, Najee Harris, McConkey, and Trey Harris. Like that's not a bad core. Um, Obviously, A got a block, but I think they have a good offensive line.
I'm not
It's all
watching
about.
ESPN. I know Mel Kiper's going insane right now, but
Oh my God. Apparently, he was ranting on and on about Sanders yesterday. Oh, Lions just traded up.
Lions have traded up.
Here we go.
Lions, did we trade with
57,
the
so up
Bears?
three picks. We did trade with the nope, we traded up with the Broncos. Looking at 57.
Yep. Okay, so it'll be the Bears pick at 56. So and that pick is in according to the NFL tracker. So the Lions are going to be on the clock once they register the trade.
So officially, the Broncos
So we
get.
jumped the Ravens and Raiders.
So the Broncos got pick 60 and pick 130 from the Lions.
Did we have one? Oh, so they got the
Yeah,
fourth rounder.
yeah, and then we got 57 and 230, which is a seventh rounder. So yeah, I guess they were antsy. Now the question is, who is this going to be? Um,
Sorry, I'm like trying to. I'm running our Blue Sky account, so I'm like trying to get a couple.
yeah, go
things
for
on.
it. I'll do the spiel here. So they jumped ahead of the Raiders and Ravens. So they must think that one of those two teams is going to take a guy they want. So could be pass rusher because I think both those teams could go edge. I Do the Ravens need offensive line? That's a good question.
But it does. We do
Hmm,
jump above both of them, so this is going to be fairly interesting.
could be receiver. Receiver could make sense.
Hmm.
I mean, if this was Ayo Manor, I would not complain.
Ayamanor would be fantastic.
Yep.
Big Chongo wide receiver X. Give me that.
If this, I think for me, wide receiver, offensive line, edge, I think even safety, I'm going to be good with that.
Yeah. This feels like a bit of a heat check here.
Hmm.
We're at commercial break, so I think we're still waiting to hear what the Bears pick will be. But then after that, the Lions will be on the clock.
I swear, every time the Lions are on the clock, there's an ad break.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just going to be worse and worse as these. I think it's just funny how much ad space is sold. I really think we're just going to need to figure out some way to do limited commercial drafts at some point just to move this along. But there's a lot on here: Gelati, Tate Ratledge, Dylan Fairchild,
I would love
Landon
Ratledge right
Jackson.
now. I think Ratledge is a guy who can start from day one. And then if you either have um, him and Mahogany starting, that is some angry dudes.
It's getting tipped in a couple places.
Hmm.
Just here's the question because this break is forever. Yeah, Eric spoiled it. Do you guys want me to tip what the pick is?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask you
Up to
guys. I'm just
Twitter.
gonna ask you guys if you actually, you know what? We're not gonna tip it. If you want to see it, go to Eric's page. It's not confirmed yet. Oh, never mind. I saw it from a couple other people. If you guys want me to tip it, I'll gladly say it right now. Okay, a lot of no's. A lot of no's. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait.
Okay. So I guess my question, while we wait
You
for
haven't seen
the
shit,
pick
so
to be
I'm gonna shut
announced,
up. You haven't seen any. I haven't. You've seen shit. I have. I will shut up. You can talk.
what do you think? Okay, so I've seen it too. It came up
Oh,
before I
come
said
on.
anything. So do you agree with the trade up? Because they move a few spots, sacrifice a fourth rounder, get back a seven. Do you think that's a fine trade?
That's fine. I think the fourth
Yeah.
round's kind of whatever at this point.
Yeah, and I think the Lions where they're at right now, like that fourth
You
rounder,
want more
what?
starters. You
He's
want
backup?
more.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want guys who are going to contribute right away, higher quality. This is a really like the teams that you are jumping as well to jump the Raiders and Ravens, who have kind of similar needs in a lot of ways to you, especially on something like the offensive line, is pretty smart, I would say. I think like if you're just giving up a fourth round, like the fourth round is going to hurt a little bit, but again, like day 3, I'm going to trust Brad Holmes and his ability to get depth and find depth. But like the Lions don't need a terrible amount of like they've already got a bunch of developmental guys and depth guys already.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
sure. I'm not sure what you're going to keep stocking the cabinet for.
This is a quality over quantity draft, right? I'm totally fine moving up. What I wanted coming out of this draft was not to sacrifice future capital. I think if you can combo picks this year, that's totally fine. I would just like to keep it in this because if you start turning like you trade up in the fourth round and you sacrifice the third round, like they did with Manu last year, I'm really not on as keen on that because I don't think there's just as much like immediate starting talent. But if you think the Ravens and Raiders are going to go like wide receiver or defensive end or whatever,
I
and you
cannot.
want to
By the
jump
way,
them, I think that's fine.
sidebar: I cannot tolerate Seth Rollins at this point. He has been on like every goddamn time I've seen shit from Good Morning Football. He's all over the place. Like, you're really turning me against Seth Rollins, and I really don't want to be turned against Seth Rollins. The Bears have selected Ozzie Trapilo, from the offensive tackle from Boston College. And the pick is in for the Detroit Lions. We will not say what it is until I see it on the NFL tracker, which should line up with your TVs when they announce the pick. And the pick will be announced by Jahmyr Gibbs. In fact, I'll turn on the audio. I'll risk us here, and I will turn on the audio of Jahmyr Gibbs announcing the pick.
So it's funny what the Bears did because it's basically the opposite of the Jets. They both went offensive line and tight end.
Sorry, one second. I'm like taking care of a couple things now too. I'm like taking care of a couple things on our socials, so. But when I see the when I see the news up, whoo boy! Everyone get some rubies in the chat, Twitch. Show the love to Ruby. Show the love to Ruby. He deserves it. He's been kind of in a rough spot.
Oh, and someone mentioned so TA. Actually, yeah, I thought was TA not supposed to do one of the picks? Question mark.
Was it Terry and Arnold? Did I keep saying Jahmyr Gibbs?
You did say Gibbs.
Okay.
I'm looking at the people they have on stage, and I don't see Terry on.
No, okay, so this isn't, but I will turn on the audio. They've got a whole group of people, so maybe they're holding TA for.
Oh wait, apparently Terry on did pick. Let's see.
Hold on, ESPN's audio is actually screwed up for me. Let me see. Unmute the tab.
And second round pick. As a proud soldier, Christopher deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18.
Okay. I'm going to mute that for a second. I'm writing this on the copyright a little bit, so I just want to make sure. Thank you for the rubies. Let's keep the rubies coming. Give me the big Chunga ruby. Oh, Gibbs is there, says. Okay, so I was right. You're throwing me off. You tempter. Damn you, Olive Guardian. Is that my... Dang. All right, here we go.
Honor of their brother...
Okay, they're still talking about the... Sorry, let me get this up here. They're going to be announcing it. They're stepping up to the thing, so...
Thank you. Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions.
So they probably planned
With
this
the
to come out of
57th
this
pick
but yeah. Here
in
it
the
comes.
2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia.
Tate Ratledge, Georgia! Guard! I cannot tell you how much I love this.
100%. You are getting a literal bulldog in the middle.
Wow. This was one of my top guards I wanted. Like I wasn't high on Gray Zabel. This seemed perfect.
I love this pick. We'll see what happens with the Lions' offensive line, because now they have 3 potential options between Mahogany, Ratledge, and Glasgow. But I love that competition. If you're gonna either way, you're gonna have 2 dirtbags in the offensive line.
I love this.
I think Ratledge is. I think he's almost exclusively a right guard, so it'll be interesting to see if he locks into that spot or if they move him around. But I think Mahogany has some versatility to play left guard, so I think either way the Lions have some future options going forward. I just gotta say the man's mullet and mustache, like first thing that comes to mind is Dirty Dom Mysterio from WWE. And people are gonna love this. His RAS score is 9.96.
He balled out. He balled out at the combine.
athlete.
He balled out at the combine in the
6'6",
O-line.
300, and he runs a 4.97. And his broad 905, vert 32. Like these are all elite scores. That's bloody impressive. And like even like his worst scores were weight, which is like 3 of 8. That's fine. Plus in the NFL you're going to bulk up anyway. And then bench 25. And the thing is, the bench is really not a great athletic test because it all really depends on leverage with your arm, right? So I think the Lions are going to be so stoked with this. Like this is one of the better athletic
a
guards
culture
out
fit.
there.
This is a my Jets friend Ian Roddy cannot join us, but he sent me bro, Ratledge is an awesome pick though, I must say. One of the best pass protectors in the nation regardless of position on the line. That is the take of my friend Ian Roddy, who writes for Jets X Factor. I'm over the moon about this. I was actually worried he was going to go probably the start of the second round, and we weren't going to see him. ATM 1269. Yes, we do still have the 3rd round pick. We gave up the 4th rounder to move up above to get Tate Ratledge.
So the official list of picks we have left is 102, 196, and then we have 3 7th round picks, which I guarantee you one of those is going to get traded for something. I don't see the Lions going for 3 7th round picks. Like how many of those guys would even make the roster? Eric has a good tweet here. So Ratledge Grit Index tier 1. Yeah. He's I mean the look itself screams grit, but when all the numbers analysis backs that up, that's an exciting pick. It's funny. I'm more excited about this pick than I was about the Williams pick.
I think Williams isn't a terribly sexy pick, but that is a deep. I mean, it's a good need. He'll be solid. The people talking about him, I guess I just didn't really know a ton about Tyleek, but some of the people talk about him as great. But I do think, yeah, this is definitely a sorry, just reacting on Discord now to someone was tagging me. I had to send them an animated "Let's go." I don't know what else to say. Like, he's genuinely, I think, my favorite guard in this draft. Like, how he graded, how he like. I understand the Kelvin Banks Jr. and like Tyler Booker. I actually like a lot of Tyler Booker, and spite he didn't have the athletics, the measurables of someone like Tate Ratledge, and Ratledge is like the sweet spot of like pass protection, of athletic traits in personality. Like, I feel like everything together. If you get someone like Kirby Smart ranting about you, you're a damn good lineman. And I feel like for the style of football Georgia was playing, that lines up incredibly well with what the Lions want to in the run game too. Like, I think going from Georgia to the Lions is, I'll take it. I will take it all day.
It's probably as good of a fit as you can get with an offensive line in this draft. And we were talking about it, right? All these offensive lines, they're broken up into different tiers. And I think that first tier was gone on day one. I think that was kind of to be expected, maybe a little bit earlier than we thought. Yeah. But to me, like, Ratledge was probably like one of the last guy in the upper echelon of tier 2 still there. I mean, before the pick announced, I said, like, yeah, like, he would be a good dirtbag to have a team, right? I mean, we see that with Christian Mahogany, and like, it's funny. I keep comparing him to Mahogany because like these are just maulers up front, and that always makes me excited. Yeah.
So I think the way the Lions, if I'm going to game this out now, I feel like Ratledge will start. Mahogany is probably back to like fighting for a spot. I think that Glasgow is in the lead. I mean, who knows? Maybe Mahogany balls out in camp. But to me right now, the starting line, I know they want to go straight to Mahogany, but I feel like right now the starting line is Decker, Ratledge, Ragnow, Glasgow, Sewell.
Yeah, I think people are going to be very antsy about getting Mahogany and Ratledge in there, right? You know, the exciting young piece. I think that I really don't know, because on one hand, Mahogany was just a 6th-round pick, but the coaching staff really likes him, and he played pretty well to end off the year, but it's a small sample size. Whereas Ratledge, they spent a 2nd-round pick. They obviously want him to be a starter in the near future. So I think it really comes down to training camp. I think what they're going to do is, I think Ratledge is going to be the competition at right tackle. I think Mahogany is going to be competition
at guard.
At guard. Ratledge can be a right guard, Mahogany at left guard, and then Glasgow is basically fighting both of them for a starting spot. I think all three of them are going to get a fair
start
shake.
At left guard. I think Mahogany. I think Glasgow will start at left guard.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards that, but also I would not put Mahogany as
I'm not. But I'm saying when the first chart comes out, it's going to be Glasgow on top. I'm not saying
like the depth chart that the Lions media puts out that isn't. We're at like 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, like, Graham Glasgow is a beloved veteran for that team. They're not going to kick him to the curb.
And they're not. I see some people asking about trade bait. Like, Glasgow still gives you benefit in the fact you're also carrying him as your center 2 as well.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned this earlier in the year when I was talking about potential cut candidates. And like, sure, the Lions can save a few million by cutting him, but even if he's a backup, that is a great backup to have, because a below average starter is an above average backup. And in fact, he can play center as well, as I said. Like, he should 100% be on this team.
Matthew,
no question about that.
Matthew on YouTube. This organization has told you repeatedly they ain't given Mahogany the job. He's got to earn it. He's got to earn it. You want to be dumb and forget about that kind of stuff? That's your prerogative. That's your prerogative. Someone saying that he would have still been available at 60. I do not believe that. We'll see. I don't think a fourth rounder is a big, steep price at this point, where the Lions roster is at. So right now, we're about to see, because Jack Betch went off the board to the Raiders, wide receiver from TCU. The Ravens pick is in. But here's the thing. The Ravens have a need at guard as well. And I think that is ultimately why the Lions made the move that they did. The Ravens were probably in the market for a guard, and that's why they moved. Like, I do not agree at all that he would still be there at 60. It's hard for me to sit here looking where the Ravens were at, and like the Raiders need a lot of help on the offensive line as well. The reason why people were immediately pointing out that they jumped the Raiders and Ravens is that both of those teams are offensive line needy teams, especially in the interior.
Who the Ravens chose. Interesting.
I'm waiting to see who it is. Give it a second.
Looks like it's funny. I saw the Broncos pick before the Ravens pick.
Yeah, this is when it's going to get scuzzy tonight. He played well. Mahogany played well in limited snaps last year. The problem is you need guards to be available for you all year. It is still a small sample size. I know people are in love with Mahogany but that's not how this team operates. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell both said it, that Mahogany is going to have to earn a starting position. Maybe they're saying that to challenge him. I don't know, but I do not believe that he's just getting slotted in as. And I believe that the Lions believe that as well, that they're not just doing that as bluster. I believe that they believe that Mahogany has to earn the right to take a starting spot. That he still has to show them enough to take a starting spot.
So there's one other way to look at this, which I think is how everyone should be looking at it. If a Mahogany or Glasgow or Ratledge win their starting spot, consider that a good thing. It means they earned it, right? Because if you can say like, oh, well, like they're starting Ratledge and Glasgow, why aren't they playing Mahogany? Well, given how training camp plays out, that means Glasgow played better than Mahogany. Like that's just the nature of it. This doesn't mean that the Lions are going to get rid of Mahogany. He can still be a future piece. It could be a situation where in like week 5, maybe they put him into the lineup because maybe Glasgow's struggling. Like they're not in a position where they need to force a player because he's young and promising. Let them earn their keep.
Next Gen's taking this from Nolan Bianchi. Next Gen Stats had Tate Ratledge ranked number 1 among all guards in athleticism score based on NFL Combine measurements. Justin Rogers is a little more mixed. I know that, but he does say, regardless, if you need a long-term starter on the right side, Ratledge has lofty potential, well built for the interior. He has excellent knee bed, giving him an immediate leverage at the snap. He plays well with aggression and can generate movement in the run game. He also works combos well, maintaining leg drive before breaking to his second level assignment. I believe we are finally getting we finally have the Baltimore Ravens pick. They bit. They took Mike Green.
I'm not surprised. Yeah. I think that's a good fit for the Ravens because they've done wonders with like high talent prospects with issues. I mean, this is an issue that like a coaching staff's not going to fix. Like, I look, Rappaport says he was off several teams' boards. I'm curious if the Lions were one of them.
Yeah.
I don't like rewarding those type of people.
No, but I mean, we also again, we were doing this today. Like a lot of people all of a sudden remembered Maxwell Hairston had allegations too. But it's whatever. I'm not someone who is going to touch this right now. I want to talk about the value. I think we should talk a little bit about the value the Lions gave up to move up to 57, excuse me. Again, I believe it is my position that The fourth round is not where you're going to find a lot of stuff, especially starting caliber at this point. You are kind of already at the gills with your developmental prospects / depth pieces right now. You're not going to find a starter. This idea that somehow the Broncos like got the better of the Lions in a fourth rounder, like
I know that's
I think you're putting too much value into the value of a fourth round pick. If you believe that at this point, like especially since that pick was remind me of the number again. What was the actual like number in the late fourth round too? We must remember.
Yeah,
late
what it was
fourth
like
round.
It was 130.
130.
Yeah, so like where does that fall? Let's see.
The Broncos have used their pick to take a running back, R.J. Harvey, out of UCF.
So 130 is like the fifth last pick in the fourth round, not including compensatory picks.
Yes.
So I mean, it's basically a fifth rounder.
It's basically
again,
a
like
fifth rounder.
to me, the Lions, they were at 60, and they moved up to 57, right? So just a few spots. Yeah. They're only making that if they know with high certainty that one of the teams ahead of them is going to make that pick instead, right? Like,
yeah,
I am totally fine with this move because I think Ratledge is a guy who's worth getting. Look at what happened with Broderick Martin. That was a trade up that I didn't like at the time, and I'm curious to see who else might have wanted him because that did not look good. That was not a good trade.
This feels like I think the difference with that, this is a trade up for a very coveted guard. This isn't a Sorsdahl. This isn't like the Lions. I think like again the Martin thing or one of the other trades they've done on day two where it feels like they're kind of really going off a guy they're high. Like again, I believe Tate Ratledge was probably the best guard available on day two. Like hands down, best guard available on day two, and I could have probably seen him. And I know this is me being a little crazy. I could have probably seen him going on day one if you really wanted to go deep on guard. Dane Brugler, it's guard 3 on Dane Brugler's chart behind Tyler Booker and Kelvin Banks Jr. And again, Tyler Booker, like Ratledge is a far better athlete than Tyler Booker. I think Tyler Booker works for the Cowboys, giving the schematic fit, but for the Detroit Lions, I would have taken Ratledge any day of the week. Like this is a guy I know a lot of Lions have circled. Speaking of circled, Trey Amos, the cornerback from Mississippi, who I had circled as a day 2 pick as a possible CB option, goes to the Washington Commanders. We are at pick 61. We are 3 picks left in the second round, and that's when it's going to start to blitz a little bit faster as we go into round 3. Let me pull up Kent's. Kent's not joining us tonight. He's a little on the busy side, but I'm going to pull up Ratledge's Raz card as well. 9.96 for Tate Ratledge. This ranked 8th out of 1,730 guards from 87 to 2025. And I will pull the card off that monitor over to here. Excuse me, I'm going to knock you out for a second. Oops. Sorry. Moving monitor screens is pretty hard. There over me is Tate Ratledge's Raz card. He balled out at the combine. Didn't participate in the or shuttle, but yeah.
Yeah.
Either way,
and again, like one of the lower number
pick.
there, one of the lower number there is the bench score, which to me is the most useless one, because if you have longer arms, it means you have worse leverage. So it's not a good metric for strength.
Yeah, Jeremy does say. Let's see here. So I know the trade charts. So, I mean, if you are someone annoyed a little bit at the trade value, I will give you this. Let's see here. So there is a Jimmy Johnson trade chart value. The net difference is 12 points, equal to a mid-6th round pick. The Rich Hill trade chart a net difference of a 9.25 points, equivalent to a mid-fifth rounder. Over the cap, 178 points difference, equivalent to a late fifth round pick. So, let's see here. In total, the Lions sacrificed an early to mid day 3 pick to move 3 spots. That may seem a bit of an overpay, and it is, but fans won't care too much if Ratledge turns out to be an excellent player for the Lions. That's where I'm at.
I also don't think it's an overpay because you're guaranteeing you're getting this guy that you want, and a fourth rounder. Like honestly, a late fourth rounder is not even guaranteed to make this roster, right?
Yeah,
like,
no, again, like I don't...
Nothing is guaranteed.
Especially if the value's like now fifth rounder, so yeah.
Here, Tate Ratledge by Zoom with the Lions media. Couldn't ask for a better team, better situation to go to. Says he's always been a fan of Dan Campbell and the way he runs this team. I mean, I am not surprised by that. Very, very good stylistic fit. Another thing to remember is this is not a Colby Silverstone kind of draft pick. This isn't a Logan Stenberg kind of pick. Like this is a guy who can start right away, and if he doesn't, that's fine. Yeah. But he's not some raw prospect. He has good potential. But he's still coming in with more polish than some of these previous guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Alien Viver here. Did the Lions get a top 5 guard in the draft or not?
I mean, I think so. Like
they did.
Who are some of the problem with some of the top guards in this draft is they were college tackles, and you just never know how well that's going to transition, right? A lot of times it's a tackle who might be athletic but can get short, and like, well, we're going to put him inside. Like that's kind of what some people were talking about with Will Campbell out of LSU. But if you're looking for guys with actual like guard experience, like there's not that many guys better than Ratledge.
Yeah. We are almost to the end of the... Yeah, by the way, another quote from Tate Ratledge on the Zoom call. I've always been a fan of Coach Campbell and the way he runs this program. He has a lion tattoo, but not a lion's tattoo as well. And he didn't realize the significance of it until a reporter pointed it out to him. Ratledge says he and Hank Fraley had a meeting at the Combine, and he said the back and forth in that session was just awesome.
Thank God for Frank Haley, man. I mean, like, he just loves this offensive line group.
Yeah. No, if Fraley is sold on Ratledge, then that's all I need to hear as well. The Bears have added to their defense, and they've taken Shamar Turner out of Texas A&M, the defensive tackle. So we've got 2 more picks, the Chiefs and the Eagles, before we move on to round 3.
Yeah, and what's the Lions' third round pick? It's pretty
102.
late, right?
102. It's almost near the end of the third
it's literally the last pick.
It's the last pick of the third round. Okay.
So we gotta wait all day for that.
Yeah, as Ronan points out, and I probably should have been leading with this because I know it was in my notes, but like Ratledge was a 2-time first team All SEC. Like there really cannot be understating it. Like Georgia had an extremely impressive offensive line, and Ratledge was a big deal for that offensive line. Like the pedigree is there. First team All-American last year as well, and second team All-American the year prior.
Yeah, he's not a nobody. Like that's a good pick.
Extremely, extremely good pick. I will give up a 4th rounder. I will give up a late 4th rounder any day of the week. And it seems like this is it seems like the Lions staff was extremely in love with this kid. For good reasons, too. I do have a fun clip of Shamar Turner committing a pretty weird penalty where, oh, that's right. I remember. He's the guy that socked a dude in the nuts. I forgot completely about this. Here, let me put it on the screen for you. Very funny, Bears. Sorry, let me try to get this here. Yep. I think this should be showing on the stream. Sorry, let me fix that up. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
Did he get suspended for that?
I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, he's also wearing a cup, so that's probably not going to do much for you.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, and he's a big that Ole Miss dude's a big dude there too. Like,
Yeah.
and he's going up for the left hook. I mean, he's going up for the right hook right after that too. This is yeah. That's your new Bears defensive tackle. Nut shot and then straight to a stand-up left hook.
Yeah, go ahead and do that to Penei Sewell. He's going to throw your ass to the ground.
Chiefs have taken another defensive tackle, Omar Norman Lott, out of Tennessee. So round 2, very heavy on the DTs. Lions got ahead of a lot of it. EP Durag, the Lions have taken Tate Ratledge, the dirtbag. Yes, it was a bit of a dance of joy for me. I've said through multiple podcasts, including a British one, how much I love Tate Ratledge.
There was a draft video of Ratledge running his 40 to the sound of Freebird. Yeah.
I cannot play that, unfortunately, on the stream. You know that.
It's pretty good. You can imagine.
JP Acosta says the Chiefs grabbing Norman Lott here is a steal. They do need some offensive line help. That is pretty good for them.
He's a defensive line.
Oh, excuse me. Fuck, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm getting antsy. I'm getting antsy in this time.
He's basically like a pass rushing specialist DT, which is interesting to pair with Chris Jones. So not a bad fit. I'm surprised that Darius Alexander of Toledo is still there. He's pretty good.
You know what? It's funny I kept seeing people put him as a day 2 guy because I thought he was day 3. And I mean, I'm not saying that as a knock on Darius Alexander. It's just I think between small school and the fact that he's maxed out physically and what was the other big knock on Alexander? I'm trying to remember. There was one other knock on him that I'm trying to pull off the top. I mean, maybe he still goes in the 3rd round. Maybe he still goes on the 3rd round, but
yeah. Sorry, how many picks do we have left? We have
it's just Eagles, and then we're on to the 3rd.
Pick of the round.
Yep. That the other thing's his age. That's what it is. He's going to be 25 before the season starts.
Here's a good quote about Ratledge. Said his mullet started as a joke during COVID. His dad cut it in their front yard. He had an 8-month awkward phase, and then
this sounds Georgia as hell. By the way,
yeah. Where's he from? He's from Chattanooga.
Yeah, Tennessee. That's a Chattanooga story too.
It's
thank you to Roman and Cram. Like, I don't know why I blanked on that, but yes, Alexander's big knock is. But there's also going to be a lot of guys like that, and that might just be. I hate to say it, a lot of that's the COVID stuff, but now it's going to start turning into the NIL stuff. Where you're going to get more guys who are like 25 coming out.
Yeah, he's turning 25 tomorrow. So
tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
Eagles pick is in. We are waiting to see what it is.
I think with a guard, though, I don't have a problem drafting an older prospect, especially for a guy like him who's had a lot of starting experience.
Are you saying Alexander?
Oh, no, I'm for Ratledge.
He's not that old, is he?
Yeah, he turns 25 tomorrow.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Darius Alexander. My bad.
Oh, no, forget. I don't know how old Alexander is. He's also 24. He turns 25.
No, Alexander's going to be 25 before the season. That I knew.
Yeah, Ratledge has his birthday tomorrow, so that'll be a fun one for him. But yeah, as I was saying though, I'm not as concerned about drafting an older guard prospect. Because like these guys have a pretty long lifespan in the NFL. I mean, I
Yeah.
know everyone like can say like, oh, look at Kevin Zeitler, right? Like he's 36 question mark. And I know he's 35, sorry. So like I know he might be a bit of an outlier, but you can still get a lot of production out of offensive linemen into their early mid 30s.
Okay. Sorry. Eagles pick is in. It is Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas. I'm gonna be honest, this is the part of the safety
CJ
class where I
Gardner
haven't
Johnson.
gone. That I haven't really
CJ
gone
Gardner
down.
Johnson replacement, I guess? Question mark?
Question mark. All right. Third round is starting. Apparently, people are like mad again at Howie Roseman. That I've seen people saying Howie is so good at this, it's disgusting. So
He was 62 on PFF's big board. I don't know that much about him, to be honest.
let me know if I missed Shadur Sanders. I do need to hit up the restroom real quick, so I will leave you to entertain them for about 5 minutes. Or,
Oh no,
what I
that's
mean,
too
5
much
minutes,
pressure.
not 5 minutes. I'm not gonna be that long. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Okay, folks. Do you want the Lions to trade up again? I think the Lions should trade every single pick they have in this year's draft and get someone right now. What do you think? I'm kind of being serious about that because they have. Pa, 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 pa. So our next pick is 130, and right now we're at 65, right? So it'd be a pretty big jump. We have 102, we have 196, 228, 230, 240. I would trade all of those picks for a early pick. I don't think anyone would do it, but it would be fun. Yeah, like I don't really know about the seventh round picks because to me, that basically just screams priority free agent. And I don't think the Lions need many undrafted free agents. Like, how many of them would make the team? Like, maybe a linebacker, a safety, maybe defensive end, but like, there's not a lot of space. I think, yeah, I would go wide receiver for sure. Again, that's why I would move up here and try to get a Banner. Like I don't think they really need a tight end. I don't think they need a running back. I don't think they need a quarterback. I don't think they need any more offensive line help. The
What we're talking
Giants
about
are
right now,
on.
needs right now.
Yeah, because I was kind of jokingly, half jokingly saying that I would trade all of the Lions' remaining picks to get an early third round pick right now. Because it'd be trading 102 to get 102, 196, 228, 230, 244 to get a pick in like the 60s or 70s. I would be 100% fine with that. Not that it's going to happen, but I just don't think those 7th round picks are very valuable, and the Lions have 3 of them, I think, right? Like, how many UDFAs can even make this team?
Very few, if any.
Yeah, like I think you could get a receiver, like someone who can either be like 4th or 5th on the depth chart, someone to essentially challenge Antoine Green. And who else? Like I guess depth safety, maybe depth linebacker. You can never really go wrong adding a linebacker at any point.
Yeah. I
Of
still
course,
think there is a
Edge is still
long-term
there.
need. But we're getting very quickly out of starter territory. Like I do
Yeah.
think if you would take someone like a Smail Munden or
I mean, Landon Jackson. I would trade
Landon
up
Jackson's there, yeah.
for Landon Jackson. I would do that.
Yeah, let me see. Like both of those are pretty good, I would say. Danny Stutzman, although he's mainly a Mike, but he's a phenomenal athlete. He is, you want to talk about someone who really is going to disrupt plays in the backfield. Stutzman is, I like him a lot. Any three of those guys, yeah.
Giants made a pick. They went
Darius Alexander. We were just talking about him. There you go. Yeah.
So, I mean, the direction the Lions could go, like, I really don't know. Like, the thing that I will say about wide receiver is I think you can get a capable guy at almost any point in the draft, and the Lions are in a position where they don't need a day one starter. I think you can totally draft a heir to Tim Patrick in this year's class.
No,
right?
I gave up on Chad. I gave up on Darius Alexander when we took Tyleik Williams. Don't worry about it. Pass rusher for me to maintain my sanity. I really do think that there's not a ton of I think Lionsman brings up a good point. Like Zadarius Alex, excuse me, Z is still out there. He's still out there. Please watch Tipping the Picks, please. But yes, it is on the update tracker. Ashton Gilotti is off the board. The Kansas City Chiefs pick him up. I know that's a tremendous pickup for them. But this is also the risk of where the Lions draft, right? Like, it's the turn of the draft now. You just have to wait. Yeah, you're going to have to wait a good... I think you're right in that we could probably see another trade up because I think we are going to start hitting a value cliff before too long.
So I just put out a tweet, and I'm just going to kind of rehash what it says.
Yeah.
Like, I think, again, I'm not trying to like say like fans are being stupid right now or anything like that, but I think there's been a disconnect between the fan base and the front office when it comes to defensive end need.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think the front office views defensive end as like a glaring weakness that a lot of fans are kind of
no, they
doing it
don't.
as.
No, they.
And like, I think there's room for a rookie, but it doesn't have to be like on day one or day two. Right?
I think the disconnect comes in. I mean, part of it is, again, it's the disconnect of not remembering that Aiden Hutchinson plays for you. But I think more than that right now is the issue. I just heard the alert. I know I need to get to alerts. I've been like hours behind alerts. I should probably catch up on that. Yeah, we're kind of going, as Jay-Z points out, we're going through the thick of edge and DT picks right now. But also, I think fans are a lot more cynical on Marcus Davenport than the Lions are. I think they still believe Marcus Davenport can play a full season. Or most of the season.
And it's not like a guy like John Ross, where he kept having leg injuries, right? Mm-hmm. He had a torn pec this past year. That's kind of a freak injury. Like, that's not something that happens every time. Like, oh, he had a torn pec, he's probably going to have a torn pec this year. Like, to me, like ankle, knee injuries, those tend to rack up a lot. But like a pec, that just happens, right?
Yeah, and I know 97-1's been crying a lot about an edge too, and there's a bit of group.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, it was tricep. It was tricep not 10 because he got his arm karate chop or something, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, like that's a total freak injury, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who were the pec? That was.
Gelati
I know what CJ Gardner-Johnson did.
Gelati is really like, that is a weapon to hand to Spags. That is a weapon. I'm going to adjust my camera real quick because it's getting a little darker here. Hopefully I don't screw anything up. Let me turn this gain up.
Just draft a defensive lineman. Yeah, they got Norman Lott. So those are two like pretty good pass rushers.
Norman Lott's very good. Yeah. They double dipped on this curve for So here we go. Here's something to watch if you are a Shadur Sanders watcher. This pick is the Browns, next is the Raiders, then it's Patriots, Jaguars, Saints. Although you know what? Saints are off the board. They got Shaw, right? Tyler Shaw.
Yes,
Yeah. So If they keep, I mean, at this point, I think it's, I mean, if you really want to draft Shadur Sanders, both the Browns or Raiders are basically playing chicken on the price.
Mm.
Like, when I say price, I mean the rookie contract they'll have to hand to him.
I mean, again, like I think with Sanders, it just becomes a distraction, right? Like I think with
No, I agree.
I would go for like Milrow or Howard or Ewers
No,
because I think
McCord.
they're the kind of guys that you can, yeah, or McCord, like they're the kind of guys that you can have sit for a year or two, and I think no one's going to bat an eye.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, with Sanders, like look back to what happened with Malik Willis in Tennessee. Like he was behind Tannehill.
You've got two extenuating circumstances in both these teams too. The Browns, they can't really afford a higher end pick on a quarterback because of their cap situation. Like, you just can't have that around. The Raiders, you're going to be looking for someone who is going to demonstrably sit behind Geno Smith. Like, I do think that Geno Smith is starting. Whoever they draft, you're starting behind Geno Smith, and you're probably not taking that job this year. You're probably looking at 17 games on the pond.
Contract. It was like a 2-year, $75 million extension. So when does that expire?
The Cleveland Browns have taken a tight end, Harold Fannin Jr., one of my second-round targets.
That's a fun one.
But that's a pretty good pick. Unfortunately, like, again, it's just an issue of
breaking news.
What's up?
Lions are back on the clock at pick 70.
It's where?
Pick 70. 7-0. We're going. Oh my God, did they do it? I jokingly said we should trade everything, but they might do it.
So wait. Who had that pick? It was the Jags.
Okay, please. Leo Manor is who I'm pulling for here. I'd be okay with the safety too, and I guess I wouldn't bat an eye about an edge.
Yeah, sorry, and I just got pinged somewhere.
On Slack, that was Jeremy.
Yeah. Just saying Lions, yeah. So the broadcast is a little behind because I know on Twitter it's way ahead, but we're going to try to keep up with the NFL's draft tracker. So
here's the thing: if he did trade, what did it cost them? Did they give up something next year? I don't think I've seen any numbers yet.
Let's see here. By the way, why I like Fannin. Fannin set single season FBS records for catches at 117, receiving yards at 1,555 by a tight end this past season. I am looking for the. I
want the numbers. If they gave up all their picks, if they gave up all their picks, like I jokingly suggested, I would love that. That'd be so funny. They're probably throwing in like a fifth or fourth next year.
Raiders have passed on the quarterback as well. Darian Porter, the corner out of Iowa State.
Can we agree that if this is Shadur Sanders to the Lions, we're all in shambles?
Oh, fuck. I will give this grade an F right now, even with Tate Ratledge.
Yeah. I just want to know what it cost them. Someone tell me, please. No numbers yet.
Yeah, I want to know. Intensely vibrating Brad Holmes right now, by the way.
I really hope they didn't give up a second-round pick next year. That's kind of my one wish.
What? No, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that for a third rounder. That's kind of
it's an early third rounder, so like maybe because it could be a late second for the Lions next year, but. I just don't want to mortgage too much of next year.
Still waiting for the price. They have not.
Yeah. I want the price or the pick, one of the two.
Yep.
Again, I'll wait for you to announce anything before I say anything.
Yeah. Don't say anything on the pick, certainly, but as soon as you hear the value, by all means, I want to know.
Yeah, because again, I think it probably has to be like receiver, edge. I don't think they're going to go offensive tackle. They're probably not going to go defensive tackle. They could do safety. I'd be a little bit surprised by a corner, but it's possible.
I could see a wide receiver too.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of again, I Matters definitely up there for me, but who are the other guys still available? Top guys still available: Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams. We kind of want some of these bigger guys. So the guy from Arkansas,
T-Slaw.
T-Slaw, he makes sense. He's 6'4".
Yeah.
There's Isaiah Bond, who's fast, but he's not very big.
I think if you are going that way, there's Isle Manor. The Patriots. It has been announced Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. I still haven't seen the compensation for 70.
Also, I just want to say Morgan tweeted out trade up for Adam Sleepy after the trade was already
I saw
leaked.
that. Yeah.
So
Okay, here we go. Michael DeRocco says the Jaguars sent 70 and 182, so we're getting a 6-rounder as well. But
so they're definitely giving up something next year.
We don't know what the Lions gave up yet.
So they 100% gave up something next year then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
I think they probably gave up a 2nd rounder. I'm thinking that's what the cost might be. Because I don't think teams are going to be that interested in the 6th or 7th round picks. And the Lions just traded away their 4th. So that's the only real value they have. I just want someone to put clear and concise trade details, but of course we haven't got that yet.
So this is going to be the Tyrion Arnold pick, right?
Okay.
Let's see here. I'm still looking for the compensation.
He's getting booze on stage.
Hold on, he's not on my TV yet. They're still showing stuff from the
Okay,
Patriots.
I'll hold off then on my end. Arnold's announcing the pick right now.
Oh wow, I must be way behind.
A lot of yards after.
Okay, they might not even show it on here. I am on ABC, so who knows? Here they go. They're going to the stage now. So, but. You know what? If people want to hear it, I'll see if they go there, but the NFL tracker has updated, and the pick is in. Hold on. I'm just getting out some posts. Should we go ahead and say it? I don't think they're going to show it on my stream, so I'll go ahead and say it. I think it's been out there. It is Isaac T-Slaw, wide receiver by T-Slaw, not Tesla, by the way. It's T-Slaw, said like coleslaw. Wide receiver out of Arkansas. We talked about this guy earlier. 6'4", big dude. Big dude. I see some people saying it might be a little early from him. I kind of had his grade around 3rd or 4th rounds. Look, if you're in love with him, and we've talked about this before, and I know there's going to be some people out here who are immediately going to start going, what do you feel about, Jamison Williams? First off, they ain't trading him. They came out yesterday and said that. Second off, this is your wide receiver X, which you're not going to have one. How many years are you really going to have of Tim Patrick or Khalif Raymond, who are both in their 30s? T-Slaw is a big, tall dude. Also, the Lions certainly have a thing about hair this year, I've got to say.
I was going to say, yeah. We're rocking.
The mullet draft.
I don't love the pick as much as an A.O. Manor would have been, but again, I think it fills the need, and I'm still waiting to see what the trade up was because no word
he
on
has
it
a
yet.
Here's the thing, like his production isn't what AMNR had, but like he had a really good. I think we talked about in the combine podcast. He had an incredibly good combine, good combine.
So yeah, because he's 6'2", 200. He had a 4.43 40.
He did 17 reps of bench press at the combine.
So he in college was mainly what they call a big slot receiver. So remember when the Lions had Quintez Cephas, that was kind of the role they wanted. It's a role that you could almost kind of use a tight end for. But for the Lions, they might move him outside to X because he has the speed, he has the size. And it's Arkansas football. We really trust that offense to use their players properly.
So I've got the compensation. Are you ready? Lions have given up a 6th-round pick. They've given up 182, and they gave up... I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. So the Lions received 70, 182, and a 2026 6th-rounder. The Jaguars get 102 and 2 3rd-rounders next year.
My immediate reaction is I don't like that. Because one of them would be at the end because it was compensation for Aaron Glenn, right?
Yes.
So the Lions essentially traded Aaron Glenn and a 3rd-round pick for T-Slaw. Again, I just didn't really want to sacrifice next year's class too much. But also the Lions are at a point where they can afford to do that if there's a guy they want.
Yeah.
I really wish they had thrown in one of those 6th or 7th, maybe make that like instead of a 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick somewhere. But yeah, I think it's a fine trade. Again, this draft, I can't get too worked up about who they are picking because they're in a position where they've earned the benefit of the doubt over all these years. And then also, like the Lions can afford to take some of these like higher expense trade-ups because like they have the capital and they don't have the roster space.
Yeah, and I mean this kind of feels like if you really believe in this guy as it is, we're trusting Brad Holmes on this as it goes against it. But I mean, not that I want to be giving away 1st-rounders. I'm glad they're not, but we are kind of entering some. You guys want the F them picks, right? That's what everyone was saying for so long. F them picks, go in, be like the Rams, like 3rd-rounders next year. What's this really going to do for you? And those are comp picks, so those will be like one of those are comp picks. They'll be like, assuming you're back in the playoffs, so you're basically giving away something near the end of the top 100, and the comp picks, I believe, those are at the end of the round, I believe. John?
Yeah, they would be.
So you're talking about maybe pick 98, 99, 10 something, and like a pick outside the top 100.
So here's something that people like. So again, looking at RAS, T-Slaw is a 9.93 out of 10. So another elite athlete in the Lions locker room.
No, let me pull that card on the screen because he balled out. I really need to emphasize this. He balled out at the combine. He was tremendous at the combine. Here we go. Let me pull the card over. Size this down. Pull this over myself. Make sure that all fits. It doesn't. Let me scale it up a little bit. There we go. Bene, molto bene. Ran a 4.43. That damn tall. Yeah, and as someone said, he's from Michigan as well. Local guy for the Detroit Lions. Remember, it said T-Slaw, not Tesla. Like coleslaw. I'm very upset. I missed Terry and Arnold.
Looks like the Lions posted the video on Twitter.
Oh, let me go. Yeah, let's go pull that. I'll pull that over here. Just give me 1 second. Let me pull that over here. Excuse me. You can tell I've really practiced for this moment a lot.
And flip Jacksonville 2 threes in next year's draft and other considerations. So the Jaguars aren't going to pick until 88th overall now after choosing Travis Hunter last night.
Packer Nation, what's up? It's 2-0 in this place. It feels amazing. 1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be a Packer. But the Kings of the NFC North came and saved me. Detroit, baby, one pride.
Wow.
Pipe down, pipe down, pipe down. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's see who my future teammate will be. With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Tesla, wide receiver, Arkansas. One pride.
Yeah, I'm saying Tesla. Yeah. Whatever.
Do we have a consensus on what it is?
On what?
On this
So I'm going a little hard. I think it's Tesla. I'm going a little hard on the first syllable. Yeah. Look, man. Oh yeah, you magically know how it's pronounced after you just heard it just for the first time too. Again, they didn't have it on screen. I've never heard his name out loud. Like I don't like. You're gonna like get mad at someone for like hearing a word for the first time. I should just fucking time you out. Not having that shit tonight. I love you, J Pook, but I hate people who are. You get 1 minute as a warning.
Okay,
I hate people.
Saying...
I hate people who are just Nazis about pronunciation. I really do.
So it looks like they're calling it kind of like coleslaw, but it's not T, it's T. So it's like
yeah. I got the back half right.
Yeah,
don't be Nazis about pronunciation. People don't always get it. Yeah.
I don't like saying Tesla.
Considering how many
Tesla
people then
accent.
Yeah, I hate it too because I genuinely see people like all the time be like, "Oh, I can't pronounce a Samoan name. I can nail Samoan just fine." But like
Leo Kolomatangi, let's go.
Just say IT. He is IT. Call him with his problem. You'll solve the problem.
Well, this is an interesting piece of the puzzle for the Lions offense. I mean,
are we done for the night? I'm going to keep watching.
Unless they trade up, who the hell knows anymore? So looking at it, he's probably okay. So we have JMO, we have St. Brown.
Yeah.
Tim Patrick is probably going to start ahead of him.
Yeah.
So he's probably either going to be like wide receiver 4 or 5, depending on where Khalif Raymond is.
Yeah.
So
let's catch you up on a couple picks that have happened. So the Saints were on the board after that. Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle, Texas. Bills took Landon Jackson, the edge out of Arkansas, who I know I had targeted. Azariah Thomas is a CB who I really liked out of Florida State. He goes to the Jets. So we're kind of moving pretty fast on defensive players at this point.
So I guess the other question for you then, if we don't end up picking today, how long do you want to stay on the call for? Because I guess we can try to see if we can scrounge.
I mean, they could always trade back up,
names.
But I'm thinking they're starting to.
Well, because they're kind of out of capital to do it, right? They would probably have to sacrifice all their third rounders are gone next year. They would have to trade their second. I don't think a fourth would be enough. Because then their next pick is going to be a 6th rounder. Yeah, their next pick is going to be in the 6th round. So, like, we would have.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not doing a stream tomorrow.
Yeah, so we have 2 6th rounders and 3 7th rounders. I would love if they turned all of those into like a 4th or a 5th round pick, but who's to say what's going to happen right now? There's
Thomas's party, by the way, on ABC. That is John, stop. Brad is listening to you. You might be listening to Morgan.
Well, if he was listening to me, he would have heard me say that I didn't want him to sacrifice next year's picks.
Hey, but it wasn't a second rounder. You were saying you were worried about a second round.
So I guess the caveat is those 2 third-round picks are probably going to be late-round picks, and the third-round pick this year was literally the last pick in that round. So you're technically trading 3 late third-round picks to get to Slaw, and was it a 6th they got back? So I'm okay with it. I'm not super in love with it. Again, I think I'm still more in love with Leonard, but I'll dig it. First ever.
I am putting out on Blue Sky, by the way, Tesla is pronounced Tesla, like coleslaw, not the evil car company. I'm playing to that audience. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. They could still pretty move again. They could probably move around again, John. So this continues trend. I saw someone else pointing this out. Brad Holmes is only in the first 2 rounds drafted. So in rounds 1 and 2, Brad Holmes has only drafted athletes from either the SEC or the Big Ten. Like all the years he's been here, it's like rounds 1 and 2, it's only Big Ten or SEC. He's not taken them from any other conference. And Tesla definitely continues it down here into the 3rd round. T-Pain.
I don't know. I'm just thinking right now they have 2-6 and 3-7. Think about all the Canadian football players they could pick. You know, you could draft someone from University of Manitoba, Laval, McGill. Maybe get another UBC guy. Clearly scouted them before. Let's get.
Sorry, hold on a second. I need to yell at Nick Bumgarner because he's saying coleslaw is also pretty evil, and I'm going to tell him I'm going to square up with you. Let's see here. Whew. Let's see. Let me catch up on a few more things. I've got another chicken garlic roll in the oven now too. So this is about where we crashed. Sauerkraut better than coleslaw? You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy, Nesper. Again, I'll square up over the honor of coleslaw. I love coleslaw.
I just wish his first name was Cole. Cole Tesla.
Tesla. I think even like my favorite, because I like good Reubens or stuff, but there's a sandwich shop around here, Capriotti's, that does like they call it a Wagyu Slaw Bay Joe, and it has coleslaw on it. It's so damn good, man. It's like a Wagyu roast beef, prime rib roast beef. It's so good. So good. J-Mo isn't getting traded. Don't be dumb.
No, that's
YouTube. You've been doing very good tonight, but I see something like that, and you're going to start to lose the cred.
So with Tesla, there are 2 ways you can use him. In college, he was used as a big slot option. The Lions don't really have a receiver like that. It's kind of Sam Laporta. And based on his size and speed, he also projects as a potential X receiver. And that's basically Tim Patrick. He doesn't overlap with JMO. JMO is a Zed. He's a burner. St. Brown is inside outside, so you don't have to worry about him anywhere. So this is a position or a potential fit where the Lions didn't really have a long-term option. So I'm totally fine with that. Again, I think it's a little bit earlier than I would have liked, but part of that is you gave up that 4th round pick to move up to get Ratledge. And this is probably the consequence of it, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you have to give up that capital.
They do have 5 picks on day 3. 182, 196, 228, 230, and 244.
Yeah, I don't think the Lions end up picking all of those because realistically, how many of them even make the team? Because let's look at positions they haven't drafted. I think if you add a tight end, I think they could challenge for tight end 3.
Let me ask you something. Could a lot of this stuff bundled together be capital to give for a team and then like try to get a pick for next year to restock some of that capital?
Maybe, but I like if you traded like one of the 6 rounders this year, what would it get? Maybe
to be fair, these are 6. These are 6 and
6 and 7s, right?
6.
So
2
really...
6, 2 7s. Yeah, they're not 4th or 5th. So the day 3 is not going to be. You know what? I'm going to be at work, so I wasn't planning on streaming on day 3. Now I'm really sure I'm not going to be streaming on day 3.
So going through the Lions roster right now, like I just want to go through all the positions and talk about options. So I mean, like on day 3, you can technically go any position realistically. So like I don't think the Lions are going to go quarterback, but like they could maybe question mark. Running back, I don't really see the fit, but again, you could do it. Could double down on receiver. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think there's room for a tight end 3. That would be a day 3 pick I'm fine with. Fullback, I don't know about fullback.
I will
offensive. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just let's go back to Tesla a bit. Tesla a bit. Because I want to read this because I know a lot of people are kind of wavering a bit, but Hamza Bakush gave his instant grade on this. Headline: Tate Ratledge gives the Lions pro-ready option in 2025 and beyond. I'm sorry, this is Ratledge. Hold on, I need to go pull up his Tesla. Okay, I don't have the Tesla grade. Never mind. I'm tweaking a little bit. My bad. Let's catch you up on some picks. Where was I last time? I think I was at Azare Thomas. Yes.
Let's see.
Pat Bryant went to the Broncos. Wide receiver, Illinois. Nick Martin, linebacker to the 49ers. Shavon Ravel Jr., cornerback out of East Carolina, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to be honest, we're getting to the point in the draft where we're starting to run out of landing strip on top 100. Princely Uman Mielen, and I think I got that right, edge from Ole Miss going to the Carolina Panthers. Now, that's a name I've heard. Why don't you go back and get us a couple more points? I need to go get my chicken cheesy garlic roll out.
Okay, sounds tasty. Okay. Where was I? Offensive tackle. So I don't really see the need for offensive tackle, but it could still happen. Guard, I think we're fine there. Center, I think maybe, but I also think they like Kingsley Aguakin. Defensive tackle, I think they're probably good there. Linebacker, they could always add one because it's kind of a special team position at that point. Edge is really interesting. I mean, all the way in the 6th round, I have no clue who's going to be available. Whether you're probably getting a rotational pass rusher at most. Either way, it's not going to be that day 1 starter that everyone was pining for, but it can still be someone to add to the room. And I think that's kind of what the Lions need, is someone who can maybe play a few hundred snaps, and then if they earn that role, give it to them. Cornerback, yeah, they could add a name. Again, I think you probably want someone with a bit of special teams experience. So like if you could get another gunner, that's not a bad spot. I think safety is the really interesting one because you want someone who can challenge Lauren Strickland for kind of that safety spot because really there's not a lot of safety depth for the Lions right now.
So I'm going to pull something from Jeremy right now. He shared this. I believe this is the trade chart from whose trade chart is this? So this is a cross section of trade charts. I'm just kind of making sure.
So each column is a different trade chart.
Yeah, so we've got Jimmy Johnson, Hill, Stewart, over the cap, PFF, Baldwin.
So the Jimmy Johnson one is kind of considered outdated.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I don't know the pros and cons of.
So so this is like, so in case you don't know what you're looking at, this is not as much as an overpay as I think people are pointing out. They actually come ahead. The Jacksonville Jaguars only come ahead by a few points in a lot of these.
If you scroll down a little bit, that bottom row is kind of the
it's cut off. It's cut off. My apologies.
Yeah, it's cut off a little bit.
Let me try this. So these are basically what they're equivalent to. So outside of the Johnson one, which is outdated, mid-6, this equivalent to a mid-6, a mid-5, early 6, mid-6, early 6. That's the extra value that the Jaguars picked up.
And when you're looking at it from the Lions' perspective, is a mid-6 or a mid-5th that valuable to them? Probably not
at this point in the team's lifespan. Like we've talked about this before. Yeah. Edgemania has been exhausting. Edging is a Discord joke, so I'm going to try to stop talking about edging. By the way, I know the command for Discord has been busted for a little bit, so if you would like to join our Discord, the Lions Tiki Bar, I will post it in both YouTube, the invite and chat for YouTube, and on Twitch. I cannot be held accountable for anything that happens in that Discord because it has, in the brief time it stopped being a Pride of Detroit Discord, it's gone insane, and I've given it over to two moderators who I like to say are much like going to a Chinese restaurant where the waitstaff is rude as hell to you. It's part of the charm. But we will have, I am going to make s'mores into a sticker very soon. So by the way, Tesla is actually coming back to Ford Field. He won a Division 5 state title at Ford Field with Unity Christian High School from Hudsonville.
Yeah, Danny Rogers just retweeted a clip highlight.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I'm not going to pull the clip over here, but state champs. It's from the state champs of Michigan. So like a so actually Jeremy didn't even include the 2026 sixth rounder in those trade values that I talked about. So actually, so the Johnson model still comes out to a mid-4th, but the actual, so he actually corrected. So those trade charts I showed you are wrong. The excess pick value is actually lower for Jacksonville. Hill model, mid-7th. Stewart, late 5th. Over the cap, mid-7th. PFF, late 7th. Baldwin, mid-6th.
It's also worth remembering that it's like a 32 pick jump the Lions made. The difference between a player at pick 70 and pick 102.
You're outside the top 100. Yeah.
Because it's an exponential curve, right? The top talent is going to be like up here, and then it's really going to start to slope off. And probably once you hit that 100 player mark, like it's a pretty big drop off, right? Which is why like when you're making a trade up into like the top 10, it's going to cost you so much. But if you're jumping 30 picks, it's going to cost you more so just like future third round picks, right? I'm a bit more in favor of it now. Again, like it's not necessarily the receiver I would have gone for, but I think they have a lot of interesting options going forward.
Sorry, I'm going to cross-post the...
So here's an interesting tidbit on that trade chart. It says future picks are discounted by 40%. So I'm
Yes.
always a bit bullish on that because it all depends on where the team is situated, right? Because for a good team right now, the future picks aren't going to be as valuable. But if you're a rebuilding team, those can be more and more valuable, right? Because you're looking further down the road. So the Lions are a team where a future third round pick might not be as valuable to them, especially when it's going to be a late third round pick. Look at this. The Houston Texans drafted another Iowa State Cyclone wide receiver.
Jalen Noel.
That's an interesting double down, I gotta say.
The Cardinals continue to build on their defensive line, taking Jordan Birch, edge out of Oregon. And Justin Wally corner goes to the Indianapolis Colts. The Bengals are on the clock right now. This should move pretty quickly. So, since we're on Shadur Sanders watch still, Pittsburgh's going to be up, is in the hole at pick 83, I believe. The Raiders have picks 98 and 99.
The Browns haven't picked a quarterback, have they?
No, the Browns pick again at 94. And I still put them on the radar for a quarterback. San Francisco with pick 100, compensatory. I don't know if, San Francisco wants to be spending the money on Brock Purdy.
I don't think they want to take a risk, though.
They don't, but at the same time, I feel like with where their roster is at, I don't think they can afford to pay Brock Purdy what he will ask, like $40 million or whatever it is. I just don't maybe play him this year, but I think they're going to want a contingency plan is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think Brock Purdy is a Jared Goff type of guy, even though I think those were kind of comparisons for a little bit there. I'm skeptical of how Purdy would do without some of the weapons around him. There are rumors that Kittle could get traded. Obviously, they weren't really happy.
And it's now the injury history
situation.
that you got to worry about too. He's taken some significant injuries.
Mm-hmm. Cowboy Man from the Bengals is back out on the podium. So I think ABC is definitely a little bit behind.
Yeah, they've been bugging it with the ads. Purdy's getting over $50 million. I'm not sure who would really pay him for that. Jeez.
I mean, it's really just the 49ers. I mean, maybe a team like Pittsburgh would pay, because I think Pittsburgh needs someone, right? Because who do they have right now? They have freaking nobody. They have Mason Rudolph.
Mm-hmm. I think they like Mason Rudolph. But
they have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. But the Steelers are a team that can push for a playoff spot. Why have you done nothing? No, I believe so.
They have been confounding when it comes to quarterback, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least Kenny Pickett, sure, it was a reach, but I could understand it. What they've done so far, I don't understand. And you can't go into the third round of the NFL draft yep, we've got our starting quarterback. If they're going to take a starting quarterback, you do that in the first or second round.
They're going to take Kyle. They're going to take Kyle McCord. Just you watch.
Yeah, I guess that's the question: is that if another quarterback's going to go off the board, who's going to be
I would say the next
Pittsburgh
three
go for a Milrow.
Yeah.
Howard,
Milrow, Ewers, McCord, Sanders. Where we're going to get really funny if Will Howard goes off the board before Shadur Sanders does. Maximum comedy if someone drafts Riley Leonard before Shadur Sanders.
I'm not going to lie. I think a guy like Curtis Rourke would be a good fit for Pittsburgh. I don't know when he would go off the board.
He's a day 3 guy. He's a day 3 guy.
I'm very curious to see where Taylor Elgersma goes out of a good old Windsor University. He's one of the more interesting Canadian guys out there because it's very rare that you see a Canadian quarterback that is draftable, let alone one that went to a Canadian university, right? Like at least a guy like Nathan Rourke, who had some NFL hype, was at Ohio.
Vivitor brings up a great point.
Yeah.
Saints hold pick 248. They could pick Sanders as Mr. Irrelevant.
That would be so funny. So I guess my question, remember a few years ago when La'el Collins had that whole like police issue right before the draft, and then he ended up going undrafted because I think either him or his agent said, like, if any of you guys draft me, I'm not gonna sign after it was like the day 3 or something. You remember that? I kind of wonder if we might enter a similar territory with Sanders because like again, I don't think he's good enough to warrant that, but just from like the personalities involved in that room, I could 100% see them. I think that would kill his career, though.
I'm posting Jeremy's trade value charts up
Go for it.
on Blue Sky.
Well, the Lions have officially drafted 3 players that wear a red jersey.
Brad Holmes would be the bull, yo.
He likes drafting red shirts. He knows they're going to get injured.
Ohio State, Georgia. I mean, really, it's black or white there. I mean, Georgia, I guess, does have red jerseys, but like they're more red helmets.
I always associate them with like the
Actually,
white pants, red
I guess
jersey.
I don't know. Like they're showing Dylan Fairchild, who just went to the Bengals, and I guess he's the other Georgia guard, and I guess he is wearing a red jersey up there. So what do I know?
I just like to think of it because the Lions have typically had someone red shirt their rookie season, so of course you draft 3 red shirt players.
But I feel like all 3 of these guys are going to play. Like,
Yeah, 100%. I don't think there's any injury concerns, right?
I gotta wonder what Tim Patrick's. Could he be a casualty in camp? No, wait, they gave him too much money, I think.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's probably just like one and done. Yeah, he got a 1 year. I mean, it's 1 year, $4 million. Like that's not uncuttable. But I think the Lions don't want to put away at a position of weakness right now.
But I think that gives you 5, right? You'd have Khalif, St. Brown, J-Mo, Patrick, and Tesla.
This is kind of a hot take. I don't think Khalif is super safe because I mentioned him as a potential cap casualty because going forward, I don't think they're really going to use him much on offense. And on special teams, like I know he's been an all-pro returner, but how much do you want to pay for an all-pro returner, right? Because he's only doing
but that's for the
he's not doing
next year.
kickoffs.
That's we're not talking about. I'm not talking about what he's going to get in the offseason. I'm talking about this coming year. I'm talking about the 2025 season.
Yeah, no,
I think Leaf makes the roster over guys like Green, Kennedy, Bell.
100%. But I'm just saying that I would not be. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Raymond doesn't make the team if they find a punt returner they feel comfortable with. Because I think really that's all Raymond's value is right now, special teams.
I'm about to yell at Jim Costa. I like Jim a lot, but he's doing edge bitching, and I'm about to. I've had a favorite clip lately, John, from Hackers.
Mm-hmm.
My friends and I like to yell at each other to get a job, so it's the one scene from there. Let me see if I can just play the sound from it, and hopefully we don't get pinged. Sorry. I'm just going to play the sound from it.
Yak.
Being aware of racial division
Get a job.
than I am.
Yak. Get a job. So Pittsburgh says no to Shadur Sanders and takes running back Caleb Johnson.
Ooh. I mean, that's a good fit because he's basically a bowling ball. He can pair with, or take Najee Harris's spot. And yeah, so I think Khalif Raymond, if they had cut him before the new year, I think they would have saved about $1 million or something. But I think he probably had some bonuses that became guaranteed.
Yeah.
So that's why you only save $500,000. Okay, so yeah, he's probably not a salary cap casualty, but if they do find a punt returner that outperforms him, it's not out of the realm of possible.
So Puka,
but yeah, probably lower than
Tesla is talking with the Zoom room. Named Puka Nacua as one of the receivers he models his game after, can play inside and outside, whatever the team needs to do. Says he's pumped to be in the very talented wide receiver room, wants to learn from Jamison Williams and St. Brown. By the way, Kirby Smart, a lot of praise for Tate Ratledge. Excuse me. Hiccuping. Kirby Smart on X putting out, the Lions, what a player Tate Ratledge is. The Lions are so lucky to have him. You provide a lot of energy and life to this program, and I can't thank you enough for your leadership here. You've got a bright future ahead of you. Go Dogs. I'm sure he's going to do that with every player tonight, but glowing words from a very emotional coach, I got to say, for the Bulldogs. Seems to be the same. He is a big man. That's what I keep. Tesla is a big. I would have thought other teams might not be that high on Ayamanor. If maybe I'm just too high. Maybe I was too high on Ayamanor and reading too much into the Stanford connection.
Yeah. Again, I'm biased as a Canadian, but also he checked a lot of boxes for what the Lions wanted in a receiver. Like good route runner. Yeah. He can run block pretty well. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know how good Tesla's run blocking is. You have to imagine at his size, he would be decent, right?
This is where I'm going to start to feel old. Tesla is saying that he's been a Lions fan since he was a baby and grew up watching Megatron and Stafford in games at Ford Field. And he was at the game where Calvin Johnson broke the single-season receiving record.
That's cool.
What was that game? Because that wasn't December. Yeah. So it was December 2012. No, wait. So okay, it was the 2012 season. So I wasn't there for that game. I know that much. It was Atlanta at Detroit.
Okay, so here's another very important question. What is the best aesthetic number for Tesla? So for reference, our current receivers are Ronnie Bell, 10, Antoine Green, 80, Tom Kennedy, 85, Tim Patrick, 12, Khalif Raymond, 11, St. Brown, 14, JMO, 1. 13 is occupied, 16 is occupied. I'm trying to get anything in the teens. 15's taken. Let's see.
I'm waiting for some more articles to be written so I can post. Okay, here we go.
Tesla was 4 in college. Can wide receivers wear 4? Yeah, they can wear 4. So he could do that. I don't think 4 is taken. Oh, no, it is. It's taken by DJ Reed. There we go. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go instead of browsing. Sort by number. Okay, so in the single digits, 7 and 8 are available. And then we have 17, 18, 19. I'd be down for 19 for Tesla. Yeah, I think 18, 19 is my preference. 8 would be an interesting one. I feel like though a rookie, you can't jump straight into a single digit as a rookie.
He is, as people have been pointing out in both chats too, like Tesla is a very good blocker as well, which I'm sure is gonna. Yeah.
So that's a big win because no block.
Brad Holmes says Ratledge and Tesla identified early on throughout their evaluation process. At this point, let's see. I'm going to actually get us the video. I'm going to replace my own video on here. I think the Lions, are they live right now, or are we getting Brad Holmes at the podium? Let me see if I can get Brad Holmes at the podium. Yes. Okay. Let me rewind to the start of this.
Just saw how he was.
Okay.
He rose more as a he rose.
Okay. Sorry. Let me pull out this vid real quick and put this right over my face. And put up the volume.
He rose more as a process went along because of his versatility that we were able to find out a little bit more about. So I thought that he would just fit in just like a glove here. And then Tesla, he was one, saw him at the Senior Bowl when I went down there and hadn't watched his film yet. But just saw how he was in the run game in the team periods, just his blocking and his size, and he was just being a pest, and he was just pissing off the DBs and the defenders. And obviously it made me just want to completely watch the tape, and then you see a guy that's just big, long, smooth strider, can accelerate, can run. He's a hands catcher, can play special teams, can block, so can do a lot of things. So we're really excited to land both of them. And, really it's just at some point, you're going to run out of, the well runs dry at some points in these drafts. So, you better get the guys that you really, really want, and you got to worry about that other stuff later. So I do look at the stuff later. I do look at, what we have in the future, and when we do trade future picks and all that stuff, I feel comfortable with it. But as long as the guys that we love, we don't flinch, we just go and get them.
Isaac played a lot in the slot at Arkansas. You view him as a kind of a versatile guy that can, obviously with his frame, it seems like he can step outside and give you something down the field, and
Absolutely.
You see him as a multi-versatile.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's going to be able to do both. Again, just like any other receiver, he's going to need to develop, but he's got the tools to play outside and win outside. He's going to have to learn, getting off press and all that stuff, just like they all do. But he's got all the physical tool, and he's got the intangible makeup to be able to overcome that.
How much did you like his backstory? I guess, going from no-star recruit to Hillsdale to Arkansas, and even like this past year, not really maybe having as many opportunities. How much did that kind of stand out?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. Obviously I knew all about his story before I met him, but just to hear him kind of walk me and Dan through it in terms of just, him getting to Hillsdale and how that process worked, and even his family and the connection there. And then, going to Arkansas and the higher production the year before, and then it dipped down, and just the explanation from there. And I thought he handled it very professionally, but he's just, I'm sure, I don't know if he told you, but when he came on his top 30 of his, he had on a Lions jersey. And I thought he just did like a cheesy move just to some fanboy stuff. And I'm just like, oh, come on, you didn't put a Lions jersey on. But he said, no, I've had it since the 8th grade. And he was like, what better time to wear it than now? And so I really respected that. But no, he grew up as a Lions fan through and through. But obviously that is not why we were excited to go up there and pick him. We were excited to go up there and pick him because he's big, he can run, he's tough, he's smart, he's a hands catcher, and he blocks, and he plays special teams. And that's why we're excited to go get him.
Just the trading as a whole, can you just explain a little bit more about when you feel convicted about someone, I don't know if it's a rush or whatever it is, but we've done it 11 times now. And in your drafts, you see someone, you trust your evaluation of them, and you go get them. Can you just explain that?
It's just, look, man, who are you? Who are those guys that you just have that
you have that gut feeling about that you really want them. And especially if it's a universal, if it's an alignment, if me and Dan are aligned in our conviction and our love for the player, which usually we are, and, it's just, you just feel it. And so the more that we, looked at, obviously I looked at Tyleek a lot more than until before Dan got in, but I wasn't surprised Dan loved Tyleek because, that's one of his guys. It's his type of player. It's my type of player. He fits right in. He's the type of guy who we like. One shot that he was going to love Tesla. He's everything that we're about. Tate Ratledge. So you have to feel that. You have to feel it in your gut. You have to, and that conviction feels, and it happens at different parts. Like when I first saw Tesla at the Senior Bowl, that's when I was like, whoa, who's this kid blocking like that? Then you watch the tape, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, he blocked. Okay, fine. But he shows all this other stuff, or the same thing with Ratledge.
Great question. Yeah. Were you tempted? Does the edge rushers go too quickly for you to make a move on that? And is that a little bit of a disappointment?
No, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment because we got all guys that we love. So, just like I told you guys before the draft, we could have drafted an edge rusher that plays that position. We could have done that. Y'all would have been happy, right? You guys would have been happy if we would have drafted an edge rusher that, huh? If he was good. That's it. That's it. All I hear is edge rusher, draft. So I'm like, well, are you assuming that the guy is really good? Well, that's a whole different story. Can you get in position to get one of those? And, and look, there's, I don't need to get into specifics, but there's times where we made attempts to get one and you just, they got picked before, you couldn't get up, the team didn't. It takes two to trade, or we just had another player higher. But we did the same thing that we do every draft. We picked the highest rated player regardless of position. So that's what we did this whole way through. That's what we're going to do again tomorrow. So, yes, we could have. There's some edge rushers still available. We don't have them ranked as high. You know what I mean? So we're just going to always get the best player.
Is it fair to say the search continues?
The search for an edge rusher? I mean, we're always going to look for edge rushers. I told you guys that. Yeah.
Like your ideal edge rusher, can you just define like the traits that you like in that position? What do I think we know receiver, right? Like that guy that blocks and that does everything in hand. All the things that you just explained about.
He's got to win rushes. You got to set edges. That's what he's got to do. However he's going to win rushes, whether it's through pocket, through long arming, if he can turn speed to power, if he has the instincts, if he had the craftiness with his hands, even if he does not have top juice, but you can still win rushes. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's why you're asking about. That's why you guys keep asking about that position, right? Because it's like you look at like a Madden diagram, the arrows pointing up like an arrow is drawing. And it doesn't always work that way. That's not how the defensive end positions always play, just an arrow running a hoop. But, yes, he's got to win rushes and he's got to be able to set edges.
Graham, we always know that you look for a best player available. So given, how coveted edge rushers are, is there a scenario in which the Lions don't take an edge rusher in this draft?
If we don't, we don't. We're not gonna chase a position. The guy has to be a good player and that we love. Now, I'm not saying that they're not good players that other people might have higher. Might be, but we're not going to take a player that we don't value as high just because he plays a position. I've been telling you guys that forever. I don't know why. But, I mean, you guys keep asking a question because we had injuries last year, right? I just want to make that clear, right? Because we had injuries last year. That's why you guys keep... As much depth? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
Where are you going to find it in that draft?
We'll keep looking. I mean, we turn over every stone. There's other avenues in the player acquisition process. So it doesn't stop at the draft. So we'll see. But no, I mean, it's a fair statement. But I mean, just because you don't draft one doesn't mean. I mean, we got one last year, at the trade deadline. So, but that's not. It's more on the top of y'all's priority than it is on the top of our priority.
Is it fair to ask if Mike Green was on your board?
Oh, I'll keep that to ourselves.
Isaac, he said, he kind of models his game after Puka. I think that's maybe one thing we could see carried over from your time at the Rams, is just the way you guys value receivers and the type of receivers with the physicality and whatnot. How's your, I guess, over the course of your scouting career to now, how has your view of the receiving position changed and the traits you really look for at that spot?
Yeah, I think so much goes into, especially in this world, so much goes into the highlights and the explosive plays, and those are great, and the 40 times and all this and that. But man, look, the guy's got to have instincts. He's got to be a football player, and he's got to be tough. And there's a lot of dirty work that's involved at that position, and it's a hard position to learn. So you got to be really, really smart. You got to be able to do a lot of different roles. You got to be able to dig out safeties. You got to be able to do a lot of different things in the run game. We've had an explosive run game for the past years, but that's because our wide receivers block. And if your wide receivers don't block, you can't have an explosive running game. And so, those are things. But you have to want to be able to block, you got to be tough. And, there's some guys that might be very explosive and, maybe run fast and have great hands. But if they're not tough and physical, so that's it's that, and also, being able to run through a tackle.
Outside of this, were you pleased that you were able to fortify your trenches, which obviously is a big deal, but a big offensive lineman, a big defensive lineman, was that imperative in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, we would have liked to come away. We knew that we wanted to add more youth into the offensive line, and I told you guys that probably maybe at the end of the season, that's just always going to be at the forefront no matter what. So that's always going to go into every single draft probably. But the defensive line the same way. I mean, that's the foundation that's where games are won. And so I think it's going to always be of importance. It's not going to be just, hey, you got to have this edge rusher. You got to have this, it's just the OLDO, it starts there.
When you drafted Mahogany last year, you affectionately referred to him as a dirtbag. Mm-hmm. Tate said that's a moniker he also wears proudly. How exciting is the prospect of having two guards that kind of both think in that same mentality?
Yeah. I think that's going to be cool, both those guys being in the locker room together and in that O-line room together. But, that's just, again, just like Mahogany fit what we're looking for, Tate fits what we're looking for. Whether he's got his mullet or not, he's gonna. He plays the game the right way. He's tough, he's physical, he's a lot more athletic than you may think, and he's got a lot more versatility than people may realize. And that's really when he really rose through the process for us. But those guys fit. They're smart, they're tough, they're gritty, and they play our style of ball. Yeah.
As your roster sort of evolves to the point that you might be able to play that count pick game a little bit. You mentioned both, the trades today. So just can you share your philosophy on how important it is to acquire them and what it means when you have them?
Yeah, no, I think they're great. You just got to be strategic in terms of how you utilize them. So again, you got to be convicted on the player if you're going to spend it. But, and I know that was 2/3 for next year. Quite frankly, we're not picking in the third round next year. But, again, those are the decisions that you got to be at peace with. And obviously the comp pick is really, really late. But, a lot of teams discount our picks, for trades, really, really late as well. So all those things come into play when you're trying to trade up. But the comp picks for sure, they're very valuable. They're very valuable today.
Is that something that may come into play later on down the road?
Oh, you're talking about to acquire the comp picks? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, no, Absolutely. We talk about that every year. When do you stop, spending over a certain amount and in terms of what you're going to be losing. So we strategically go over that every year just to see what we can possibly come up with. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's something that's always at the top of mind during free agency.
What's the message on the sweatshirt? Height, weight, speed? What is that?
Yeah, you got it. It's it's just a line through height, weight, speed. Yeah, no, it's just I say height, weight, speed. It's it is the opposite of film evaluation, and we're all about film evaluation, and that's the hard part of scouting. That's height, weight, speed is easy. Stats are easy. A position listed is easy, but film evaluation is hard to figure it out. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Let me put up the... there was some talk in there about what that meant. Height, weight, speed. That's an interesting look into his philosophy. I don't think we've ever gotten that out of Brad Holmes.
I think we've known that he's been coveting athletic players, but I didn't think we specifically knew, because he always goes back to the mantra of like, hey, we're going to take the best player on our board regardless of position. Yeah. And I think that's obviously not true to an extent, because I don't they wouldn't take a first round quarterback kind of thing, but there are different levels to it where for them at that position, it's the right marriage of need and value, right?
Hold on 1 second. I'm chatting with. I'm gonna see if I can get Bo to join us, because Bo's really enjoying the fall of Shadur Sanders.
I might step out in a bit because I don't think the Lions are going to be picking today. To me, that press conference was very much.
That was the nail in the coffin. So I do not mind. I don't know how much longer we will go, just because it does not feel like they're going to go again. Let's catch you up on some of the picks before any consideration, though. I think we left with the Steelers taking Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa. The Buccaneers took Jacob Parrish, corner out of Kansas State. The Kansas City Chiefs, I don't know if they were trading there or if that was from earlier. Noah Williams, corner out of Cal, so a little bit of a run on corners. Defensive tackle from Oregon, Jamari Caldwell, goes to the LA Chargers. Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU, being taken by the Green Bay Packers. Very funny that the Packers keep dipping for more weapons now.
Yeah, that's 6 wide receiver twos they have. They're really stocked.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun shitting on Rodgers some more. Caleb Ronsaw, quarterback Tulane, goes to the Jaguars. The Jaguars then go on the board again, and they pick up Wyatt Millum, guard out of West Virginia. Josiah Stewart, edge from Michigan, being picked by the Rams at pick 90. It's a pretty good value there.
Interesting one. Good,
yeah.
Because they have a pretty good defensive line. That could be a fun fit, because he's pretty small pass rusher.
Yeah. That kind of fits their mold. Emory Jones Jr., guard from LSU, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. That's a very Ravens-ass move there.
Well, so it's a guard, and makes you wonder, did the Lions take Ratledge away from the Ravens?
I think it goes back to what we were talking about. You jumped 2 line-needy teams in the Raiders and Ravens, is what I was saying earlier. I think, that was a pretty big blow. Guard was clearly on their board. They'll say Emory was the pick all along, but I think they wanted Tate. Seattle Seahawks are on the board with a very fun pattern. So this was originally, it says from Detroit to New York Jets to Las Vegas to Seattle. So pick 92 has traveled. Picks in, Saints are on the clock, and I've got to think, so we've got Saints, Browns, Patriots, Eagles, Vikings, Raiders, 49ers, Falcons, Texans. So by pick 100, we're going right down to the wire to see if Shadur Sanders is going to be taken on day 2. Mel Kiper's losing his shit.
Is he actually?
Yes.
Or... Well, give me some quotes.
I'll send you the clip. I don't think I can play it here, but Awful Announcing has a clip. Let me DM it to you on Slack.
Again, it's kind of that like Bermuda Triangle when it comes to when to draft a quarterback. Because the good ones that you want to be your starter either right now or in the near future, you're going to be first rounder. Maybe you're going to be second rounder. But like third, fourth round is kind of a graveyard for quarterbacks. And then once you get later on, it's like, okay, you're going to be a backup with development, right? Like even Hendon Hooker, when the Lions took him in the third round, that was kind of a weird situation because it was like, well, it's the end of the third. But like the Lions really need him. And I mean, we haven't really seen the need arise because Goff's been healthy. So, Seahawks.
What'd they do?
They chose a quarterback.
Jalen Milroe. Wow.
Wow.
That's a very Seahawks ass move. So I didn't think they'd be happy with their quarterback situation. And to be honest, sitting here, I don't even know why I didn't even think of the Seahawks needing a quarterback. Who do they even have right now? Why am I blanking on it? That's right, Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, that's right.
Which is like, I think it's probably a good landing spot.
That's good. Like Darnold's a short term, and the rest
is just a backup.
I mean, Milroe as a late third rounder too. That does not scream he's going to take over for Sam Darnold right out of the gate. I would say Milroe. Yeah, you're competing with Sam Howell, Drew Lock, Jaron Hall. Like that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Darnold can teach Milroe, which is kind of funny, but.
So a funny line I've been seeing is every time a quarterback gets selected, people are like, Shadur Sanders is QB blank out of blank. So now it's like, oh, he came fifth in a 2 quarterback race and dropped him. That's an interesting fit for the Seahawks.
That's very interesting. All right, Saints are on the board. Or on the clock.
I mean, even being serious here, I don't think Milroe is going to pan out because he's going to need a lot of development. And I don't know if Seattle's the best fit. Like, obviously, you want a place where he can sit.
They'll let him sit behind Darnold. I don't think he'll. I will bet he's not even going to see a snap in 2025.
Yeah,
like because Howell, because Sam Howell and Drew Lock are both. If you keep one of them, I think that becomes your QB2, and Milroe just redshirts for the year.
Yeah,
regardless of what people say.
What happens? Essentially, they're committed to keeping 3 quarterbacks on the roster, so it's going to be like Howell, Jaron Hall, and Lock competing for QB3. Like that's fine. But my thing is, Darnold was signed to a 2-year deal, I think. Oh, sorry, a 3-year deal. But given how free agent signings have gone, if he struggles next year, they could easily try to kick him to the curb, and then that could be Milroe's point, right? Because like, look what happened with Kirk Cousins. And actually, that's another thing. Kirk Cousins is still on the table. That could be affecting how
he hasn't been moved.
Shaking out. No. I think it's more of a contract situation. What's going to happen? Mel Kiper's going to lose his shit right now. Oh, please tell me you're tuned in because I want to know if he's.
I'm on the. I would have been on the ABC stream, but I closed that tonight. So I am completely off the stream. I wonder if I can watch this on demand. Watching day 2 on demand of the NFL draft, that's got to make you a fucking savage. I won't be able to listen to it is the problem. I can't listen to it while I'm here with you, but let's...
Before, Kirk Cousins was a 4th-round pick, right? He was a 4th-round pick. Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. There have been some starting quarterbacks in the NFL didn't go that early. Now, I don't even want to mention Brady. He had to wait till the end of the 6th round. But Shadur Sanders should have been a 1. He's going to be a 4. We'll see what happens. We'll find out.
So you weren't listening, but he is doing some tremendous cope saying that there's been some tremendous starting quarterbacks picked in the 4th round and mentioning like Kirk Cousins. And then, of course, he then invokes Tom Brady's name for
Dude.
we've entered bargaining stage.
Okay, so here, when was Malik Willis chosen? Was that a 4th round? He was 3rd round, 86. So we're already past the Malik Willis territory.
This is tremendous content. I do not feel bad for Shadur Sanders, and this is tremendous content.
Browns are on the clock now.
So the Saints, the Saints, safety, Jonas Sanker. Oh, wait, no, I keep forgetting the Saints took a quarterback. I'm so stupid.
Yeah. I mean, the Saints are stupid. They can do it too. They might forget.
No. So we got Browns, and then it'll be Patriots, Eagles, Vikings, and then 2 picks by the Raiders. And again, my sneaky thing is pick 100 for the 49ers. Let's stay on for those 2 picks. I mean, let's stay on, and I think we can make it. Look, it's only it's almost 8 o'clock our time, but
be a fly on the wall during those interviews. Like, I didn't think Sanders was that great of a prospect, but I'm still surprised he made it this far. I think it just goes to show you that.
It's very funny. It was held under wraps almost until the week of the draft, but like the barrage of stuff I was hearing on, like, Dan Patrick was talking about, like, the barrage of like people talking about how bad he did with a lot of these interviews and personality tests. Like, wow. Whew.
See, now you're entering an interesting point where if you take him in the 4th or 5th round, is it worth the circus that's going to come with him? And like for
no,
it's not worth it. So like, if I was a team, like, I wouldn't take him because at least he can justify the media circus if he was a 1st or 2nd round pick. But going into day 3, no. Like, that's like Tim Tebow shit, right? You were talking about how they were following him for being...
We have to be incredibly clear on this too, because people are like talking about Shiloh Sanders as well. Shiloh Sanders just was never a top tier talent here. I don't remember where he is on a lot of big boards, but like,
he's undrafted territory.
Yeah, like he's not that high. I think a lot of people keep making this about Dion when I have to keep emphasizing, so like, more than half of this is coming from Shadur himself. At this point, this is not just Dion being an attack helicopter parrot. Some of this is Shadur just being a dick to NFL executives.
I think it is a little bit of Dion that rubbed off on Shadur.
Now that's true. That's extremely.
That's 100% true. And like, if he had said nothing this entire offseason, does he go higher in the draft? Maybe. But I think the truth of the matter is he didn't have that appealing of skill set anyway. Right?
No, but I think you are right in that by now, I think he would have been taken over Jalen Milroe.
Mm-hmm. So the Browns still have their pick in, so there's no word yet, but interesting.
They keep flashing Mel's best up there, and I just keep seeing Shadur Sanders sitting there.
His hairline's going to recede even more after this favor. Let's see. So what are some
I'm
other
trying
names?
to get Bo in here. I really Bo's hooting and hollering. I really need Bo in here right now.
I think
if nothing else, just to cap us off. What's up?
Well,
if he does, yeah.
Yeah, I might pop out. I got some Oilers to watch.
Dylan Gabriel. I think the funniest is still Shadur Sanders. I mean, Kyle McCord going before Shadur Sanders.
Dude. Dylan
As
Gabriel,
I said, and I'm riffing off a one of the more famous tweets of all time. If Kyle McCord goes off the board and Shadur Sanders is still sitting at home on day 3, we will enter what his football historians call the cool zone.
So I think the saying now is Sanders came 6th in a 2-man race.
Wait, no fucking way. Wait. No. No fucking way. No fucking way. Dylan Gabriel to the Cleveland Browns. Are you shitting me?
Oh, this is so funny. I mean, I feel bad for him, but the content's incredible.
I do not feel bad for Shadur Sanders, and this is tremendous content.
I mean, we're going to see Quinn Ewers for him because to me,
yes, absolutely.
We're entering backup quarterback territory, and I want Ewers as a backup.
We're going to see Will Howard go before him. I'm not joking about Kyle McCord. Shit, man, Riley Leonard is in play. Notre Dame asked Riley Leonard.
Because now it's basically just the Steelers or someone who wants a backup quarterback. But that's
Raiders.
The only...
Raiders. This the last port of call is the Raiders. And we're almost to those picks. Eagles are on the clock. Patriots pick is in. I think there's real, Mr. Visix, I think there's some talent to Shadur Sanders. There's some upsides, there's some downsides. I don't think anyone's calling him a bum, but the red flag might be the reddest of red flags. And I think there was I had heard from people around the league, there was a big emphasis this year on, how do I put this lightly, personality. Not just because Shadur Sanders was rude or something, but there was a whole emphasis on does he love to play football and things of that nature. There was a lot of guys, because of this age that we live in, it's a lot of emphasis on, is this guy going to be a team player? Is he going to play football? Is he going to love to play football? Which, I mean, you don't always need to love to play football. There's some Hall of Famers who have said straight up they didn't like playing football, but they were just damn good at it. But I think that's what teams are looking for right now, and I'm sorry, Shadur Sanders is not hitting those marks. He's not hitting those marks. Yes, Ronan, he interviewed extremely poorly. Some of the quotes are very wild. He made, some scouts and executives saying he made me feel small. He blames his teammates for his failures. And I'm sure, you could be really, really down to earth about say, yeah, maybe his teammates were bad, but you can't as a quarterback. Are you kidding me? You want a quarterback to go up to the podium and throw his offensive line under the bus in the NFL? Okay, dude. There's so much in the personality that just can't be rubbed away, and it can't just be pushed aside just because a bunch of people because this entire camp is yeah, I'm brash, what about it? I'm swagger, what about it? Well, here's what's about it. We're almost to the end of the 3rd round and you're still fucking at home with legendary wallpaper. Very glad he didn't go to the draft. I'll give him that. Even Johnny Manziel's weight wasn't this excruciating, John.
I'm just making a concise tweet right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, Falcons took Xavier Watts, safety out of Notre Dame. There's that Notre Dame DBs group was very good. I think that's a pretty good pickup for them. Let's see, we're almost to the Raiders picks.
Yeah, so what I said is, like, we're entering the career backup territory when it comes to quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Where some of these guys you're taking, you're not betting on them being a starter. Like Dylan Gabriel's PFF comparison was Kellen Moore. So
I'm going to
go.
move my my thing I put on Blue Sky over to Twitter just because I think that would be funny. So I just posted it there. So have fun with that.
Yeah. So what I said was, what do teams want out of a backup quarterback? They want traits, right? Which
leadership,
is what Milrow
film
gives
room
you.
insight.
Leadership, yeah. Well, leadership or like film room insight. Guys who are basically like de facto quarterback coaches, like Cooper Rush, for example. Sanders doesn't really have any of those. So it's like, couple that with the circus that's going to come from drafting him. Do you want?
You ever? Oh, sorry. So Joe a Tiger. I'm not sure. Why the hate? I think it's just people really wanted edge. People really got locked into edge. The 97-1 crowd and everything. Like Brad Holmes even got asked about it. It just edge. Where's the edge? Where's the edge?
We even asked him about it yesterday too. Again, I'll reiterate.
It's a meme at this point. It is a meme at this point.
It's a disconnect between what the fans want and what the organization actually thinks. And like we've seen this before, even last year, people were like, "Oh, the Lions need to add edge, right?
Push everything to the center of the table. Go get Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Show you want to win. Show you want to win right now. Like, are you going to do it? Is it F them picks? Do you want to just be the Steelers, or do you want to win or you want to be like the Eagles? Like that kind of shit has been constant since before free agency.
I think it's like I understand people wanting that, but also you can't put your expectations onto the Lions, and when they do something else that doesn't follow that, you're like, well, what the hell are they doing? They've earned the benefit of the doubt at this point. If we're talking about Bob Quinn, Matt Patricia, you can call them idiots for making moves like this. But with Holmes, like, what's his biggest mistake as a GM? What was it, drafting Broderick Martin?
Maybe going a little high on a couple developmental guys like Sorsdal and Martin. Yes.
Yeah, but like, okay, that's like if that's one of the worst things he's done, that's not awful by any means, right? See, so like Tactile Puma says, like banking on Davenport is crazy. My one thing is that he's just a piece of another puzzle. Two, the injury he had last year was very freaky. He basically got his arm chopped and his triceps tore during that. Triceps tore during that mumble. Like that's not a reoccurring injury. That's just a wild injury that happens.
Yeah.
And when Davenport plays well, he's good. And like, sure, if you only have him for like 10 games of the year, that's not ideal. But also, when the Lions have Hutchinson back, it makes everyone better. And they also added a young, promising defensive tackle in the first round. And you know what that's going to do is he doesn't have a lot of pass rushing pop, but he opens up other guys to get to the quarterback, right? So you're indirectly adding your pass rush by adding Williams.
Yeah, I don't like when a conversation gets to such a one-track set. Like, okay, Jalen Smith, corner out of USC. Finally, one of my Trojans. First Trojan off the board in the third round. Fuck, man, we suck. We're into the Raiders picks. This is it.
I don't know, man. Back-to-back ones. It's like, who else do they have besides Gino?
Do they still have Aiden O'Connell?
Yeah. So I mean, like Aiden O'Connell's totally serviceable.
No, he's not.
As a
No, he's
backup.
not. No, he's
For
not.
a backup,
As a
that's
backup,
totally
as a
fine.
backup, sure. Not as a starter.
Yeah, yeah, but that's the thing. I think that's totally fine for where the Raiders are right now.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think Sanders would be worth the distraction. I forget, did Dean play for the Raiders?
I don't think he did, but I think people are just associating the attitude of the Raiders organization to the Sanders clan, which, I mean, okay. Here we go. First Raiders pick is in. Someone on Blue Sky pointed out, it's like, Tesla talking about, been a fan since the 8th grade. It's like red flags. What was he doing pre-8th grade? Two Raiders picks.
Because they have back-to-back. I would have to assume if you're doing a quarterback, you would do the quarterback first. Not that it matters.
Sorry, what was that?
I was saying because they have back-to-back picks, I wonder which order they decide to do it in.
Well, the first one's in guard Caleb Rogers, Texas Tech. Pick 99.
Where to go? I really don't think the Raiders are going to pull the trigger.
No, I don't. Dion's about to storm in here right now. We should probably do some alerts. I haven't done alerts all night. I am really sorry to everyone who has. I'm going to go through them really quickly. Thano TV, iHeart, Brad Holmes, thank you for using for your Prime subscription. AP Durag, 13 months with us. Glad to have y'all. You guys are the best. Thank you. Pirate Dog X, 30 months. I apologize if people aren't even on the stream anymore, and I'm calling them out. D Parente, using Prime subscription, 25 months. Excuse me. Wow. Nick the Greek subbed 53 months, saying John Whitaker has inadvertently fathered 17 children. Nick the Greek also used a bit saying, can't believe Alex Orgy got drafted over Shadur. They doubled down on on the line. Charles Grant. Hold on. Charles Grant, offensive tackle, William and Mary.
I'm sure this could work out well. I mean, we got 49ers. Didn't you say the 49ers maybe? I don't know. This would be a really bold one. Eagles, definitely. I mean, we're at the point where even someone with an entrenched starter could still do it. Vikings would be pretty funny. I'm not going to lie.
Sorry, I'm getting another skeet off.
Did you say this? Yeah, the tweet from Gordon Schultz.
What about it?
About Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, we yes. Shall I read this because me and Bo were talking about this? Because I think we have Bo's going to see if he can try to join. By the way, I'm not saying you need to root for him, but the amount of negativity towards Shadur Sanders on this app is sad. Here's a kid who grew up with all the money in the world, traveled, lived in mansions, the whole 9 yards, and yet he chose to pursue his passion. And now I have to open this up to see the rest of this because it's a long-ass tweet. He chose to get hit for a living. He chose to pursue a career in football despite the fact he would always be compared to Dion, the best ever to do it. I'm sorry, but that's pretty freaking admirable to me. Jordan Schultz.
How much did he get paid for that?
Jordan Schultz, son of Howard Schultz, the man who was the CEO of Starbucks.
Oh.
You know, I can see why a kid who grew up with all the money in the world traveled, live in mansions. I could see why that's a very, you know, close to your heart story.
Oh my God. Just replace Shadur Sanders with Jordan Schultz and replace.
I got to be careful a little bit. He's on our network. I've got to really be careful a little bit.
Yeah, he follows me. I just tweeted the Woody Harrelson crying and wiping his face with money. If that's good enough. I still can't believe Dylan Gabriel.
Charles Grant, top 100. I prayed for this and it happened. Hey, man, good for Charles Grant. All right, this is literally the last port of call. You got to think, right? This is literally the last port of call.
Again, I think Vikings would be absolutely hilarious, right? Shadur Sanders versus JJ McCarthy. I love that. I mean, Eagles, do the Eagles need a backup?
No.
I guess the Eagles could probably handle the circus.
No, they can barely handle their own coach and their security guards.
Well,
we all knew about the name Big Dom this year.
Oh yeah, because they traded away Kenny Pickett for Dorian Thompson-Robinson and a fifth-round pick.
Yeah, they got DTR. Yeah, talk about someone else everyone always gasses up.
Yeah, he's done nothing. I think he had more interceptions than completions or something stupid.
Picks in for the 49ers. I really do believe this is the last chance. I know there's 2 more picks we can probably say on if you really want to see them. This is still before midnight, and I'm very appreciable of it.
What do the 49ers need? They could go running back, maybe. Oh, the 49ers have Mac Jones as their backup, so I don't think...
Mac Jones!
Yeah, and best name, Tanner Mordecai.
So, can I go to some Talk Sports clips? Just a really... So, again, this is from Talk Sport. The worst formal... This was from Tom Pellis. This is all from Tom Pelissero. These are anonymous reports. The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames his teammates. But the biggest thing is, he's not that good. It didn't go great in our interview, added an AFC executive. He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small. Shadur Sanders is a really some of these quotes are from Pelissero they're bad. They're really,
I'm
really,
seeing
really
some
bad.
people mention this in the same vein as Kaepernick getting blacklisted, and that's just total bullshit. Like that is 100% not even the same situation.
No, okay.
This isn't a race thing at all. Like Stephen A. Smith is saying this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Jalen Milroe went. So let's pump the brakes a little bit. This is people do not understand. Cocky doesn't win you regardless of who you are. Even someone who was considered a cocky white quarterback like Baker Mayfield, he impressed people in the interview process, and he was not what I think a lot of people think of when they think Baker Mayfield in that interview process. He was not.
A little side thing here. In Stephen A. Smith's tweet about Shadur, he sent a tweet at Shadur, just the handle, but it's some white Australian guy. And so people are in his mentions saying, like, you're going to get drafted, guy. Don't worry. And his most recent tweet is him sending a picture of a meatball sub to Gordon Ramsay.
Nice.
People are like, let's go to King.
Yeah, like I don't think it's not Kaepernick at all. That's something very different and very weird.
Yeah. I think it's insulting to what was happening to Kaepernick to compare these two situations.
It's okay. So by the way, the 49ers, Upton Stout, corner out of Western Kentucky, Savion Jones, edge LSU for the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Minnesota Vikings have selected Maryland wide receiver Ty Felton at number 102. We're done. Shadur Sanders is not going on day 2. He's not a top 100 pick. And as someone has pointed out to me on X, Matthew P., I'm going to take this. I don't know if you're listening right now, but I love your point here. The problem now is you don't take potential headaches on day 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like what I mentioned earlier was what are you looking for out of backups? I don't think he has the how do I phrase this? I don't think he's known as like a film room guru. He's not known for elite athletic traits, and he's not known as a leader. So, like, he's not a backup quarterback. So that's kind of just the nature of where it is. I still think he's going to get drafted because I think he's better than some of the quarterbacks that have gone before him. But it's just kind of a narrative thing, right?
Yeah, like this is. By the way, Alec Ayamanor, I'm completely wrong about that.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Hey, man, hey, you know what? I trust teams more than I trust our own evaluation. They're the ones actually paid for this and have their own systems. But I think it's time we sign off. The round's done. Final grade, John, on tonight. Or if you want to do all 3 picks at the top. Let's do all 3 so far. Them. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to rank them from which one I'm most excited about. Ratledge is the one I'm most excited about, and I also think he has the clearest path to a starting spot. I think Tyleik Williams in the first round is more intriguing than anything because he could step up day 1 because of some injuries, or it could be a rotational piece. And either way, I think it's going to be valuable, and it's going to be something to keep an eye on going forward. And then Mr. Isaac Tesla, again, just really intrigued by the athletic traits. I'm still a little bit sour on the trade up, but given where the Lions are, it's better to have fewer later picks, either later this year or next year, to go up and get someone that you think might not fall to you. So I think this is a good guy to gamble on.
So full grade, you would say?
I would say full grade. For the draft so far, I would give it a B+. And I'll be honest, I kind of think every pick. No, I think Williams might be a B+. I think Rutledge, I would give like an A. And then I think I would give Tesla maybe like a B kind of thing. So I think B+ on total is good.
I would say B for some reason Tyleik is going to be my lowest, and I don't mean that negatively. I would say he's a solid B. I would say A for Ratledge, edging to A+. By the way, 35 minutes ago, Shadur Sanders tweet, "Thank you God for everything."
Is God drafting him? Is he joining Jehovah's Witness?
And I would say Tesla, I mean, I'm a little higher on him. I would give him a B+. Like, I really like him. I really liked him through the draft process. I know there's going to be a consternation of the picks. It seems like it was even value the Lions gave up for him. I I think Teslaw is going to make an impact before we know it.
And the nice thing is you can see a path for him going forward because he might not catch more than, like, I don't know, a few dozen catches and maybe like 200 yards. But going forward, you can see how he fits into this roster, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be that big-bodied guy. It sounds like they're going to try to play him outside. And with his tools and his grit, from what we've seen from interviews and tape, I think it can be a really potential boom pick going forward.
Yeah. All right, let's get out of here. Hold on a second, John. Don't leave yet, but we're going to sign off. Sunday will be the POD cast. We will go through everything here. Thank you, David Renfort. 43 months with us. I hope that Tesla ignites. Ha 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 ha. Not how you say it, but hey, I will take that. He's probably going to run better than a Tesla.
People say he's an electric player.
I'm saying it's better than this. So anyway, yeah, we're going to love it. Sunday, the POD cast will break down all of these picks and everything that comes in on day 3. There's no stream tomorrow. I was never planning to do a day 3 anyway at this point. It's just too much for me. But happy to be out of here early. I've got to be up very early for work, and I'm going to have a lot of national people mad that Shadur Sanders. And thank you, John, for being with us all of these 2 days. This is great. I always love a partner. So
yeah, you're welcome. It's nice to kind of get back in chat.
And thanks to all of the audience who's been with us for 2 days. I apologize again for the technical difficulties on night 1. We'll see you